The storm gathers, but we will not break. Stand with me, and we face it together.
Blood dripped from her knuckles onto the snow. Oriva didn't remember throwing the punch, only the satisfying crack of bone against bone and the merchant's son crumpling at her feet. Around her, the market square had gone silent. 20 witnesses. 20 people who would run straight to Alpha Hadrien with tales of the blacksmith's daughter and her uncontrollable temper. Again, she flexed her bleeding hand and waited for the fear to come, the regret, the shame her father always said she should feel. But there was only that familiar hollow ache in her chest, the one that had lived there since her mother died. The one that whispered she didn't belong anywhere. Not in this pack. Not in this life. Maybe not even in her own skin. The merchant's son groaned, clutching his broken nose. And Oriva realized, with cold clarity, that everything was about to change. Chapter 1. The blacksmith's forge burned hot even in winter. Oriva had grown up with the taste of iron and ash in her mouth, with the ring of her father's hammer marking time like a heartbeat. For 19 years, the Shadowpine Pack had been her world, a world that had never quite felt like home. She pressed a cold cloth against her swollen knuckles, watching through the forge's open door as pack members hurried past. None of them looked her way. They never did anymore. Not since the incident at the Alpha's daughter's bonding ceremony 3 months ago, when Oriva had refused to bow. Not since the challenge she'd issued to the Beta's nephew last summer, leaving him with 3 broken ribs. Not since, well, the list was long. Your mother would be ashamed, her father, Ciro, said quietly. He didn't look up from the blade he was tempering, but his disappointment filled the forge like smoke. Fighting in the market square, Oriva. Breaking a merchant's nose over words. He called me packless, Oriva said. Her voice was flat, emotionless. Said my mother abandoned us because she couldn't bear to be bonded to weakness. Ciro's hammer paused mid-strike. And you proved him wrong by acting like a feral wolf? I proved him wrong by making sure he'll think twice before insulting our family again. Oriva tossed the cloth aside. Her knuckles had already stopped bleeding, the enhanced healing of a shifter doing its work. Besides, he's not wrong, is he? Mother did leave. She didn't leave, Ciro's voice cracked. She died protecting this pack from rogues. There's a difference. Is there? Oriva moved to the forge, staring into the flames. Because from where I stand, the result looks the same. She's gone. You're barely holding the forge together. And She stopped, swallowing the words that wanted to break free. I'm nothing. The door to the forge slammed open. 2 enforcers stood in the doorway, their expressions grim. Oriva Thorn, the taller one, said. Alpha Hadrien summons you. Of course he does, Oriva muttered. She grabbed her worn leather jacket from its hook. Let's get this over with. Oriva, Ciro started, but she was already walking past the enforcers into the cold afternoon air. The pack house sat at the heart of Shadowpine territory, a sprawling structure of stone and timber that had stood for 200 years. Oriva had been inside exactly 4 times in her life, once for her mother's memorial, twice for mandatory pack gatherings, and once when she was 12 and had been caught stealing bread from the Alpha's kitchen. Each visit had ended badly. Alpha Hadrien waited in his study, a room designed to make visitors feel small. Dark wood paneling, weapons mounted on every wall, a massive desk that looked carved from a single ancient tree. The Alpha himself sat behind that desk, 60 years old, silver-haired, with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of lesser packs. Oriva Thorn, he said. His voice carried the weight of absolute authority. Do you know why you're here? I punched Sebastian Theron in the face, Oriva said. She refused to lower her gaze, even though pack law demanded it. He deserved it. Whether he deserved it is irrelevant, Hadrien said. You broke pack law. Again. This is your 7th offense this year, Oriva. 7th. He insulted my mother's memory. And you responded with violence instead of coming to me for justice. Hadrien leaned forward. That's not how we maintain order in this pack. That's not how civilized wolves behave. Civilized, Oriva repeated. The word tasted bitter. Is it civilized to let the merchant families treat blacksmiths like servants? Is it civilized to pretend my mother died a hero when half the pack whispers she was reckless? Your mother was reckless, Hadrien said bluntly. She charged into a fight she couldn't win and paid the price. But she was also brave. She saved 17 wolves that night. You dishonor her memory by acting like a rabid dog that needs to be put down. The words hit harder than any physical blow. Oriva felt something crack inside her chest, something that had been holding her together through sheer stubborn will. Then put me down, she said quietly. Exile me. Execute me. Whatever you think will finally give this pack peace from the blacksmith's broken daughter. Hadrien studied her for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had softened just slightly. I'm not going to exile you, Oriva. Despite what you think, I don't enjoy punishing pack members. But I can't allow this behavior to continue. He stood and walked to the window overlooking Shadowpine's central square. There's a gathering in 2 weeks at Silver Crest pack territory. All the major packs in the northern region will be attending. The Winter Conclave. I know what the Conclave is, Oriva said. 3 days of posturing and politics while the alphas pretend to get along. You're going to attend, Hadrien continued as if she hadn't spoken. As Shadowpine's representative. Oriva blinked. What? You need perspective, Oriva. You need to see how other packs function, how other wolves manage their intensity. Consider it both punishment and opportunity. You'll travel with our delegation, observe the proceedings, and perhaps learn that there are better ways to channel your anger than breaking noses. And if I refuse, then I will exile you, Hadrien said simply. Not because I want to, but because I can't have a wolf in my pack who refuses every attempt at redemption. You have until sunrise tomorrow to decide. Pack for 2 weeks. We leave whether you're with us or not. The enforcers escorted her back to the forge. Her father was waiting, his face lined with worry. What did he say? He's sending me to the Winter Conclave, Oriva said. She began gathering her few possessions, extra clothes, her mother's journal, the silver pendant that was the only thing she had left of her family's better days. Or he's exiling me. Depending on how you look at it. The Conclave is an honor, Ciro said carefully. Only trusted pack members attend. Or it's a way to get rid of the problem wolf without admitting that's what he's doing, Oriva countered. She shoved her belongings into a travel pack. Send me away for 2 weeks, hope I learn my lesson, or get killed by rogues on the road. Either way, Shadowpine's rid of me. Oriva? I'm going, she said. Not because I believe it'll change anything, but because the alternative is exile. And I'm not ready to be packless. Not yet. That night, Oriva couldn't sleep. She lay in her small room above the forge, listening to her father's snoring and the distant sounds of the pack settling in for the night. Through her window, she could see the full moon rising fat and silver and beautiful. It called to something deep in her bones, something wild and hungry that civilization could never quite tame. She rose and shifted. The transformation was instant and painless. It always had been for her, ever since her first shift at 13. One moment she was human, skin and fingers and frustration. The next she was wolf, all muscle and instinct and freedom. Her wolf form was unusual, darker than most Shadowpine wolves, with silver-tipped fur that caught moonlight like frost. Her eyes, amber in human form, glowed almost gold when she shifted. Oriva slipped out through the window and into the forest. This was where she truly belonged. Not in the pack house with its rules and hierarchy. Not in the forge with its heat and limitation. But here, in the wild spaces between civilization and chaos, where she could run and hunt and be without judgment. She ran for hours, pushing her body until her muscles burned and her lungs ached. She hunted a deer, taking it down with efficient brutality, and fed until the hollow ache in her chest quieted to a whisper. She found a stream and drank, watching her reflection shimmer in the moonlit water. A broken thing, she thought. That's what they all see. A wolf who can't be fixed. The snap of a branch made her freeze. Oriva spun, hackles rising, a growl building in her throat. But the scent that reached her wasn't familiar pack member or rogue threat. It was something else entirely. Wild and clean and utterly foreign. a massive black wolf emerged from the shadows. It was larger than any wolf Oriva had ever seen, easily twice her size, with fur so dark it seemed to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it. But what stopped her breath were its eyes, molten silver, ancient and knowing, fixed on her with an intensity that made her want to run and fight and submit all at once. The wolf didn't attack. It simply stood there, watching her with those impossible eyes. Oriva's rational mind screamed at her to flee, to shift back to human form, to do something. But her wolf knew this creature, recognized it in some deep, primal way that transcended thought. The black wolf took a step forward. Oriva held her ground. They regarded each other across the moonlit clearing, predator and predator, wild thing and wild thing. Then the black wolf did something that made Oriva's world tilt sideways. It lowered its massive head in what could only be described as a bow, and disappeared back into the forest as silently as it had come. Oriva stood alone in the clearing, her heart racing, her mind spinning with questions she couldn't begin to answer. What was that creature? Why had it bowed to her? And why did every instinct in her body want to follow it into the darkness? She returned to the forge as dawn painted the sky pink and gold. Her father was already awake, preparing breakfast with the careful movements of someone trying not to wake a sleeping daughter. "I'm going to the Conclave," Oriva said from the doorway. Ciro turned, relief flooding his weathered face. "Good. That's good, Oriva. But not because I think it'll fix me," she continued. "And not because I believe Alpha Hadrien actually cares about my redemption. I'm going because—" She stopped, searching for words to explain the pull she felt, the certainty that had settled in her bones after seeing those silver eyes. Because something's coming. Something bigger than Shadowpine politics and broken noses. And I need to understand what. Her father studied her for a long moment. "You sound like your mother," he said quietly. She always talked about feeling things before they happened, knowing when the wind was about to change. Did she ever see anything that scared her? Once, Ciro's expression darkened, right before she died. "She told me she dreamed of a black wolf with silver eyes. Said it was either going to save the packs or destroy them. She never found out which." Oriva's blood went cold. The Shadowpine delegation left at noon, 12 wolves including Alpha Hadrien, his Beta Ridian, several enforcers, and Oriva. They traveled in human form through territory that had been pack land for generations, following ancient paths through forests that remembered when wolves ruled unchallenged. Oriva kept to herself, walking at the back of the group where she couldn't accidentally start another fight. The other wolves gave her a wide berth, whispering among themselves when they thought she couldn't hear. Problem wolf. Feral. Just like her mother. Let them talk, she thought. Soon enough, she'd be gone from Shadowpine one way or another. On the second day of travel, they crossed into neutral territory, the wild lands between pack borders where rogue wolves and other predators made their home. The forest changed here, growing darker and more twisted. The trees whispered warnings. The very air tasted of danger. "Stay alert," Beta Ridian ordered. "Rogues have been more active lately. Something's stirring them up." As if summoned by his words, the attack came. They burst from the undergrowth, 7 rogues, their eyes wild with madness, their fur matted and scarred. Rogues were wolves who'd lost their packs, their humanity slipping away the longer they went without the bond that kept shifters sane. These ones looked like they'd been rogue for years. Formation, Alpha Hadrien roared, shifting mid-stride into his massive gray wolf form. The Shadowpine wolves responded instantly, falling into defensive positions they'd drilled 1,000 times. But Oriva's attention was caught by something else. Behind the rogues, watching from the shadows, stood the black wolf with silver eyes. It wasn't helping the rogues. It was simply observing. Oriva, Ridian snapped. Focus. She shifted and threw herself into the fight. Combat was the one thing she'd always been good at, the one place where her anger became an asset instead of a liability. She moved through the rogues like water, all teeth and claws and brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed across snow. Bones snapped under her jaws. But even as she fought, part of her awareness remained fixed on the black wolf. It hadn't moved, hadn't interfered, just watched with those ancient eyes, as if the outcome of this battle meant nothing and everything all at once. The fight was over in minutes. 3 rogues dead, for fleeing into the forest. The Shadow Pine wolves regrouped, checking each other for injuries. That was too coordinated, Hadrien said, shifting back to human form. His shoulder was bleeding from a deep gash. Rogues don't usually attack in organized groups. They were being directed, Alpha Hadrien agreed grimly. But by what? Oriva opened her mouth to tell them about the black wolf, then closed it again. They wouldn't believe her. Would think the fight had addled her brain. And some instinct she couldn't name told her this was information she needed to keep to herself. For now. They reached Silver Crest territory on the 4th day, and Oriva's first glimpse of the host pack's lands stole her breath. Where Shadow Pine was all dark forests and rugged mountains, Silver Crest was elegant, rolling hills, crystal streams, and a pack house that looked more like a palace than a dwelling. Excessive, Beta Hadrien muttered, echoing Oriva's thoughts. But Alpha Hadrien's expression was carefully neutral. Alpha Evander has always enjoyed displaying his pack's wealth. It's his way of reminding the rest of us who has the most territory. They were greeted at the gates by Silver Crest enforcers who escorted them to guest quarters, actual rooms with soft beds and running water, luxuries Oriva had never experienced. She was given a small chamber on the 3rd floor with a window overlooking the central courtyard where wolves from a dozen different packs were already gathering. She should have felt out of place. A blacksmith's daughter among the pack elite. But as she watched the wolves below, greeting each other with false smiles, measuring each other with calculating eyes, positioning themselves for advantage, Oriva felt only contempt. This wasn't a gathering of wolves. It was a gathering of politicians who happened to wear fur. The opening feast began at sunset. Oriva was required to attend, forced into a dress that someone had left in her room, deep blue fabric that felt like a cage against her skin. She braided her dark hair back from her face, stared at her reflection in the polished mirror, and barely recognized the girl looking back. Civilized, she thought bitterly. Is this what you wanted, Alpha Hadrien? The feast hall was overwhelming. Long tables laden with food, hundreds of wolves in human form, music and laughter, and the careful dance of pack politics. Oriva found a seat at the far end of Shadow Pine's table and focused on her plate, trying to become invisible. She almost succeeded. You're Ciro's daughter, a voice said. Oriva looked up into eyes the color of liquid amber, eyes she'd seen before, though never in human form. The man standing before her was perhaps 25, tall and powerfully built, with black hair that fell to his shoulders and features that would have been beautiful if they weren't so sharp. He wore simple clothes despite the formal setting, dark leather, and wool that suggested someone who cared nothing for impressing others. But it was the way he moved that gave him away. The predatory grace. The absolute confidence of something that had never known fear. The black wolf from the forest. In human skin. I'm Oriva, she managed, her voice steadier than she felt. And you are? His smile was slow and dangerous. Nikolai. Alpha of the Thornridge pack. Oriva's blood turned to ice. Thornridge was the most remote pack in the northern region, legendary and feared in equal measure. They were rumored to be descendants of the first wolves, keepers of old magic and older laws. Packs that crossed Thornridge didn't survive long enough to tell the tale, and their alpha was standing in front of her, waiting for her response. She swallowed hard. Why were you watching us in the neutral lands? Because I wanted to see if the rumors were true, Nikolai said. He slid into the seat beside her without invitation, his presence filling the space like dark water. They say Shadow Pine has a wolf who fights like she's trying to die, who breaks every rule and burns every bridge, who carries her mother's wild blood in her veins. His silver eyes found hers. They say you're broken, Oriva Thorn. But broken things are often the only ones sharp enough to cut through lies. And Oriva realized, with a clarity that stole her breath, that this was the moment her father had warned her about. The moment the wind changed. The moment everything she thought she knew about herself, about packs, about the world, was about to shatter like glass. Nikolai leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. Tell me, blacksmith's daughter, do you know why your mother really died? Chapter 2. The question hung in the air like a blade poised to fall. Oriva's fingers tightened around her fork until the metal bent. Around them, the feast continued, wolves laughing, drinking, playing their games of status and alliance. But in the small space between her and Nikolai, the world had narrowed to 2 heartbeats and a truth she'd never thought to question. My mother died fighting rogues, Oriva said. Her voice was carefully controlled, but her wolf was snarling beneath her skin. She saved 17 pack members. Everyone knows the story. Everyone knows a story, Nikolai corrected. He reached for his wine glass, the movement casual, but his eyes never left her face. Stories are what alphas tell to keep their packs obedient. Truth is something else entirely. If you have something to say about my mother, say it plainly, Oriva growled. I'm not interested in riddles. Nikolai's smile was almost approving. Direct. Good. I can work with direct. He leaned back in his chair, appearing relaxed, but Oriva could sense the coiled power in him, like a wolf pretending to sleep while tracking prey. Your mother, Iskira, was a remarkable wolf. Stronger than most alphas. Faster than any shifter I've ever encountered. And she possessed a gift that made her dangerous to those who prefer their secrets buried. What gift? She could sense bonds. Nikolai said quietly. Not just pack bonds, the threads that tie wolf to wolf. She could see them, feel them, know when they were twisted or broken or deliberately severed. It made her invaluable for finding rogues, for tracking lost pack members. It also made her a threat to anyone manipulating those bonds for their own purposes. Oriva's heart was hammering now. That's impossible. No wolf has that ability. No common wolf, Nikolai agreed. But your mother wasn't common, Oriva. She was descended from the first packs. The ancient bloodlines that ran these lands before alphas carved them into territories and hierarchies. His silver eyes seemed to glow in the candlelight. The same bloodlines that run through you. You're insane, Oriva said flatly. She started to rise from her seat. This conversation is over. Sit down, Nikolai said. It wasn't a command, not quite. But the alpha power behind his words made her wolf whimper and her legs refused to move. Please, he added, and the pressure eased. I know how this sounds. But give me 5 minutes. If you still think I'm insane after that, I'll leave you alone. Against every instinct screaming at her to run, Oriva sat. Nikolai pulled something from his jacket, a small leather journal, worn and water-stained. He set it on the table between them. 3 months before your mother died, she came to Thornridge. Alone. She told my father, who was alpha then, that she discovered something wrong in the northern packs. Bonds that should have been strong were weakening. Wolves were losing their connection to their packs, becoming vulnerable to the isolation that creates rogues. My mother never mentioned visiting Thornridge. Because your alpha forbade it, Nikolai said. Hadrien didn't want her investigating. Didn't want her asking questions about why his pack bonds were fraying. So he sent her on that mission against the rogues, sent her with a small team into territory they knew was compromised. His jaw tightened. She wasn't meant to survive, Oriva. She was meant to be silenced. The words hit like physical blows. Oriva's vision swam red. You're lying. Alpha Hadrien wouldn't. He honored her memory. He had no choice, Nikolai interrupted. Once she died a hero, he couldn't speak against her without looking suspicious. So he built the legend. The brave wolf who sacrificed herself for her pack. And everyone believed it. He opened the journal. Except my father kept this. Your mother's notes. Everything she discovered before Shadow Pine silenced her. Oriva stared at the journal. Her mother's handwriting covered the pages, neat, precise, heartbreakingly familiar. She'd recognize those loops and swirls anywhere. How did you get this? She left it with my father for safekeeping, Nikolai said. Made him promise that if anything happened to her, he'd give it to you when you were old enough to understand. When you were strong enough to handle the truth. He closed his eyes briefly. He died 2 years ago. The promise passed to me. Why now? Oriva demanded. Why give this to me now at the Conclave, in front of dozens of packs? Because the same thing that happened to your mother is happening again, Nikolai said grimly. Pack bonds are weakening across the northern region. Wolves are going rogue at 3 times the normal rate. And every alpha is pretending not to notice because addressing it would mean admitting they've lost control. He leaned forward. I need someone who can see bonds the way your mother could. Someone who can help me find the source of this corruption before we lose entire packs to madness. And you think that's me, Oriva said. The broken wolf who can't even control her own temper. I think you're untrained and angry and drowning in a pack that never understood you, Nikolai said bluntly. But yes. I think you inherited your mother's gift. I think that's why you've always felt disconnected from Shadowpine, because you can sense that something's wrong with those bonds. You just don't know what you're sensing. Oriva wanted to call him a liar. Wanted to throw the journal in his face and storm away. But somewhere deep in her bones, in the place where her wolf lived and hunted and knew truth from deception, she recognized his words. Had always felt the wrongness in Shadowpine. The way pack members seemed to go through the motions of loyalty without truly feeling it. The hollowness behind their smiles. Prove it, she said. Prove I have this gift. Nikolai held out his hand. Take my hand. Focus on what you feel. Not physically deeper. Where the wolf lives. This is ridiculous, Oriva muttered. But she placed her hand in his. His skin was warm, calloused, radiating the kind of strength that came from years of hard living. But beneath that she felt something else. Like threads of light running through him, connecting him to what? She focused harder, letting her wolf rise to just beneath her skin, and suddenly she could see it. Bonds. Silver threads extending from Nikolai's core, stretching away into the distance. Some were thick and strong, others were thinner, more fragile. And they pulsed with life, with emotion, with the weight of wolves connected to their alpha across miles and mountains. Oh gods, Oriva whispered. She tried to pull her hand back, but Nikolai held firm. You see them, he said. It wasn't a question. What else do you see? Oriva looked past Nikolai, around the feast hall, and nearly gasped. Every wolf in the room was connected by these threads, a vast web of relationships and hierarchies and loyalties. But some of those threads were wrong, frayed at the edges, discolored, sick. The Shadowpine bonds, she said faintly. They're diseased, rotting from the inside. Now you understand, Nikolai released her hand. Your mother saw this, tried to warn people, and died for it. Oriva's gaze snapped to where Alpha Hadrien sat at the high table, laughing with other alphas. For the first time in her life, she looked at him not with the instinctive respect pack members owed their leader, but with clear, unflinching judgment. And saw a wolf desperately hiding weakness. He knows, she said. Hadrien knows the bonds are failing. That's why he's been so harsh with me. So controlling. He can't afford any wolf questioning his authority when the foundation is already crumbling. Exactly, Nikolai said. And he's not the only one. At least 4 other alphas at this conclave are dealing with the same problem. But none of them will admit it, because the first alpha to show weakness will be challenged by rivals. So they're all pretending everything is fine while their packs fall apart. What's causing it? That's what I need you to help me discover, Nikolai said. The journal has your mother's theories, but she died before she could prove any of them. His expression darkened. Someone or something is poisoning pack bonds throughout the northern region. And if we don't stop it soon, we're going to have hundreds of rogue wolves and no packs strong enough to contain them. Why should I help you? Oriva asked. I don't know you. Don't know your pack. For all I know, this is some elaborate scheme to use me against Shadowpine. It absolutely is, Nikolai said with brutal honesty. I'm going to use you to expose Hadrien's weakness. I'm going to use your mother's journal to destroy the reputation of every alpha who let this corruption spread unchecked. And yes, it will benefit Thornridge to see our rivals weakened. His silver eyes locked with hers. But I'm also telling you the truth. Your mother died trying to save wolves who didn't deserve her sacrifice. You can finish what she started. Or you can go back to breaking noses in market squares and pretending that's rebellion. The challenge in his words stung. But it also ignited something in Ariva's chest, something that had been sleeping since her mother's death. Purpose. Direction. The possibility that her anger could be channeled into something more than self-destruction. If I agree, she said slowly, I want answers. Real answers. About my mother. About this gift. About everything you're not telling me. Fair, Nikolai said. And if I find out you're lying to me, that you're using me for some political game. I am using you for a political game, Nikolai interrupted. But I'm also giving you the truth. The two aren't mutually exclusive. He stood, offering her his hand again. So? Will you help me save the packs? Or at least burn down the lies that are killing them? Oriva looked at his outstretched hand, looked at her mother's journal sitting on the table, looked across the hall at Alpha Hadrien and saw him watching her, saw the calculation in his eyes, the fear barely hidden beneath authority. She thought about 19 years of not belonging, of being too wild, too broken, too much her mother's daughter, of feeling wrong in her own skin because she'd been sensing wrongness everywhere around her. And she made her choice. She took Nikolai's hand and stood. When do we start? Nikolai's smile was fierce and approving. Tonight. There's someone you need to meet. Someone who knew your mother better than anyone. He led her from the feast hall, moving with the easy confidence of a wolf who'd never learned to fear consequences. They drew stairs, the Thornridge Alpha leaving with Shadowpine's problem wolf. Oriva saw Beta Ridian half rise from his seat, concern written across his face. Saw Alpha Hadrien's expression darken with suspicion. Let them worry, she thought. Let them wonder what secrets she was about to uncover. They crossed the courtyard into a section of Silver Crest territory reserved for visiting alphas and their most trusted wolves. Nikolai stopped before a door, knocked twice, and waited. The woman who answered was perhaps 50, with silver-streaked auburn hair and eyes the color of forest moss. She wore simple clothes, but carried herself with the quiet dignity of someone who'd earned their place through competence rather than birth. When she saw Oriva, her breath caught. Iskira's daughter, she whispered. Gods above, you look just like her. This is Belindra, Nikolai said. She was your mother's closest friend. And she's the one who's been tracking the bond sickness since Iskira died. Belindra's eyes filled with tears. Come in, child. We have much to discuss. The room was small but comfortable, with a fire burning low in the hearth. Charts and maps covered every surface, tracking rogue sightings, pack locations, patterns that made Oriva's head spin just looking at them. Your mother and I met during the last great gathering, 20 years ago, Belindra said, pouring tea with hands that trembled slightly. We were both young, both oddities in our packs. She could see bonds. She hesitated. I could hear the songs they made. Every pack has a unique resonance, a harmony created by the bonds between members. And I could hear when that harmony went sour. You're both gifted, Oriva said. Like my mother. We prefer the term cursed, Belindra said with dark humor. Gifts like ours make alphas nervous. They don't like wolves who can see the truth beneath their carefully constructed lies. She set a cup of tea in front of Oriva. Your mother discovered something 3 months before she died. A pattern. Packs weren't just weakening randomly. It was deliberate. Targeted. Someone was severing bonds, creating rogues, destabilizing the northern region. Why? That's the question she died trying to answer, Belindra said quietly. She suspected it was preparation for something larger. A coup, perhaps. Or an invasion. If you weaken every pack in a region, create chaos and fear, you can swoop in and claim territory without the usual resistance. Who would have the power to do something like that? Oriva asked. Severing pack bonds, that's ancient magic. The kind that died out generations ago. The kind that died out, Nikolai said, or the kind that went into hiding. He moved to the window, staring out at the moonlit courtyard. There are old stories. Wolves who never joined packs. Who rejected the bond entirely and developed different abilities. Darker abilities. They called themselves the Unbonded. I thought that was a myth, Oriva said. A cautionary tale to keep young wolves from rejecting their packs. All myths start with truth, Belindra said. She pulled out a map and spread it across the table. Look at the pattern of rogue attacks over the last year. They're all concentrated in a circle, roughly 200 miles in diameter, centered on. She pointed to a spot deep in neutral territory. Here, the Thornwood Veil. Nothing lives in the Thornwood, Oriva said. It's cursed ground. Exactly, Nikolai said. Which makes it the perfect place to hide if you're doing something the Pax can't be allowed to discover. He turned back to face her. Your mother was planning to go there, to investigate the Veil and find proof of what was happening. But Hadrien stopped her. Sent her on that mission against the rogues instead. So we go where she couldn't, Oriva said. We go to the Thornwood Veil. Nikolai repeated, one eyebrow raised. You're committed then? Oriva looked at her mother's journal, at the maps showing patterns of destruction, at the evidence of a conspiracy that had stolen her mother's life and twisted her childhood into misery. She thought about 19 years of not understanding why she never fit, why Shadowpine always felt wrong, why her anger burned so hot and constant. Now she understood. She'd been sensing poison in the bonds her entire life, feeling the sickness that everyone else pretended not to see. I'm committed, she said. But I have conditions. Name them, Nikolai said. First, no more secrets. If we're doing this, I need to know everything. Second, she met his silver gaze with her own amber one. You teach me to use this gift. Whatever my mother could do, I want to learn it. All of it. Agreed, Nikolai said without hesitation. Anything else? Yes, Oriva said. When we find whoever killed my mother, I get to be the one who ends them. Something flickered in Nikolai's eyes to approval, maybe, or recognition of a kindred spirit. Fair, he said. But I get to help. They spent the next 3 hours poring over Belindra's research and Oriva's mother's journal. The picture that emerged was terrifying. Pack bonds had been weakening for at least 5 years, possibly longer. The rate of rogues had increased steadily, and every attempt to investigate had been shut down by alphas more concerned with appearing strong than addressing the threat. Your mother identified 12 packs that were compromised, Belindra said, pointing to marks on her map. Shadowpine was one of the worst. But there are others. Rivermist, Stoneclaw, even parts of Silver Crest, though Alpha Evander would rather die than admit it. How many wolves have we lost? Oriva asked. Conservatively? Belindra's expression was grim. 300 in the last 2 years alone. And the rate is accelerating. 300, Oriva repeated, horror washing through her. 300 wolves driven to madness because the alphas were too proud to admit they needed help. Now you see why this matters, Nikolai said quietly. Why I need someone who can see bonds the way your mother could. We're running out of time, Oriva. In another year, maybe less, we could lose entire packs. When do we leave for the Thornwood? Oriva asked. 3 days, Nikolai said. The Conclave's official events will keep the other alphas busy. They won't notice our absence until we're already gone. He looked at her seriously. But I need to warn you. If we do this, if we find proof and expose what's been happening, it will destroy the current power structure. Alphas will fall. Packs will fracture. The northern region will descend into chaos before things get better. Good, Oriva said. Her voice was cold and certain. Let it all burn. Maybe from the ashes, we can build something that actually protects wolves instead of just preserving alpha authority. Nikolai's smile was sharp as broken glass. I think I'm going to enjoy working with you, blacksmith's daughter. They left Belindra's room near midnight. The Conclave grounds were quiet now, most wolves having retired to their quarters or shifted for night hunts. Nikolai walked Oriva back toward the guest wing, their footsteps echoing on stone pathways. One more thing, Nikolai said as they reached her door. Your gift, it's going to grow stronger as you learn to use it. You'll start seeing bonds everywhere, feeling the emotions that flow through them. It can be overwhelming. Is that what happened to my mother? Oriva asked. Did it overwhelm her? No, Nikolai said quietly. She learned to control it, became stronger for it. But she felt everything, Oriva. Every broken bond, every severed connection, every wolf sliding into madness. It wore on her, made her desperate to fix things even when fixing them was impossible. Oriva absorbed this. Is that why she took the mission? Even knowing it was a trap? I think she hoped she could save one more pack, one more wolf, before investigating the Thornwood, Nikolai said. His expression softened slightly. She was a hero, Oriva. A real one. Not the sanitized version Hadrien sells to keep his pack compliant. The complicated, flawed, brilliant kind of hero who died trying to do the impossible. I want to be worthy of her, Oriva said. The admission came out quieter than she intended. Then stop trying to die in Market Square fights, Nikolai said bluntly. Your mother's legacy isn't martyrdom. It's the truth. Finish what she started. Expose the corruption. Save the wolves she couldn't save. His silver eyes caught the moonlight. That's how you honor her memory. Oriva nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Get some rest, Nikolai said. Tomorrow, the real work begins. I'll teach you to see bonds clearly, to track them, to understand what healthy versus sick connections look like. By the time we leave for the Thornwood, you'll be able to navigate pack dynamics better than most alphas. He turned to leave, then paused. And Oriva? Thank you for trusting me. I know it wasn't easy. I don't trust you, Oriva said honestly. Not yet. But I trust that we both want the same thing. At least for now. Nikolai's laugh was low and genuine. Fair enough, blacksmith's daughter. Fair enough. After he left, Oriva entered her room and immediately went to the window. The moon was high and full, calling to her wolf with silver fingers. She wanted to shift, to run, to lose herself in the simple clarity of hunting and moving through darkness. But instead, she opened her mother's journal. The first entry was dated 20 years ago, written in the careful hand of a young wolf just discovering her gift. Today I saw them for the first time. The threads that bind us together. They're beautiful and terrible, and I don't know if this is blessing or curse. But I know one thing. I will use this site to protect those who cannot protect themselves, even if it costs me everything. Tears blurred Oriva's vision. She traced her fingers over her mother's words, feeling the weight of inherited purpose settling onto her shoulders like a mantle. I'll finish it, Mama, she whispered to the empty room. I swear on every god and every star. I'll find the truth. And I'll make them pay for what they did to you. Outside, a howl rose from the forest, long and mournful and achingly familiar. For a moment, Oriva could have sworn it was her mother's voice, calling her toward destiny. She closed the journal, extinguished the lamp, and lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, her real education would begin. Tomorrow, she would learn to wield the gift that had killed her mother. Tomorrow, she would take the first steps toward either salvation or destruction. But tonight she would dream of silver eyes and ancient bonds and the black wolf who'd bowed to her in moonlit clearings. The wolf who'd called her broken and meant it as recognition rather than insult. The wolf who was going to help her burn down every lie the alphas had built. And Oriva smiled in the darkness, fierce and sharp and finally pointed in the right direction. Chapter 3. Dawn broke cold and sharp over Silver Crest territory. Oriva woke to someone pounding on her door with enough force to rattle the hinges. She rolled out of bed, every muscle protesting yesterday's revelations, and yanked open the door expecting an enforcer or angry pack member. Instead, she found a girl who couldn't have been more than 16, with wild copper curls and eyes that shifted color between green and gold. The girl thrust a bundle of clothes at Oriva's chest. Training clothes, the girl announced. Alpha Nikolai says you're to meet him at the Eastern Clearing in 20 minutes. Don't be late. He hates waiting. Who are you? Oriva asked, accepting the bundle reflexively. Maria, the girl said with a grin that was all mischief. Thornridge pack. I'm supposed to be your keeper for the next 3 days. Make sure you don't get lost, don't start fights, and don't accidentally reveal to every alpha here that you're planning to expose their dirty secrets. Nikolai told you? Nikolai tells me everything, Maria said cheerfully. I'm his cousin. Also the pack's best tracker, which makes me invaluable for sneaking around conclaves without getting caught. She looked Oriva up and down critically. You're taller than I expected. And your eyes... She leaned closer. They're like liquid gold. Does that happen when you use the gift? I don't know, Oriva said. I only discovered I had the gift last night. Well, you're about to get a crash course, Mireia said. Now get dressed. Nikolai's idea of training makes most wolves cry, and he's extra motivated with you because apparently your mother was some kind of legend. 15 minutes later, Oriva found herself jogging through Silver Crest's manicured grounds toward the wild forest that bordered the territory. Mireia kept pace easily, chattering the entire time about Thornridge customs and Nikolai's reputation and how exciting it was to finally have another female wolf who might be able to keep up with the pack's intensity. We're not soft like these southern packs, Mireia explained as they ducked under low-hanging branches. Thornridge doesn't coddle weakness. You prove yourself or you leave. It's brutal but honest. She shot Oriva a sideways look. Nikolai thinks you'll fit right in. Nikolai doesn't know me. He knows your bloodline, Mireia countered. And he knew your mother. That's enough for him. They emerged into a clearing where Nikolai waited, already in fighting stance. He'd stripped down to just pants, his torso bare and marked with scars that told stories of survival. In the early morning light, he looked less like an alpha and more like something primal, a force of nature wearing human skin. You're 2 minutes late, he said without looking at them. You said 20 minutes, Oriva protested. I said don't be late. That means early. Nikolai turned, and his silver eyes pinned her in place. Time is a weapon in combat, Oriva. The wolf who arrives first controls the battlefield. Remember that. Is this going to be a fight or a lecture? Oriva asked, irritation sparking. Both, Nikolai said. Strip down. You can't train properly in that dress. Oriva glanced at Mireia, who was already pulling off her outer layers without hesitation. Modesty wasn't something shifters worried about. They saw each other naked every time they shifted. But something about Nikolai's clinical gaze made Oriva's wolf stir with an emotion she couldn't quite name. She stripped to her underthings and faced him squarely. Good, Nikolai said. Now shift. The transformation rippled through her in a heartbeat. One moment human, the next her dark wolf with silver-tipped fur and amber eyes that reflected the rising sun. She shook out her pelt and waited. Nikolai shifted as well, becoming that massive black wolf with impossible silver eyes. He was even larger than she remembered, easily twice her size, with muscles that moved like water under midnight fur. Mireia, in her copper-colored wolf form, trotted to the edge of the clearing to watch. Nikolai circled Oriva slowly, and she matched his movements, keeping her eyes on him. Then, without warning, he lunged. Oriva barely twisted aside in time. His jaws snapped shut where her throat had been a second before. She spun and tried to counter, but he was already gone, moving with speed that shouldn't have been possible for something his size. They fought for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Nikolai didn't hold back. Every strike was meant to teach and test simultaneously. He exploited every opening in her defense, punished every mistake with bruising precision. But he also showed her, through the language of combat, how to move more efficiently, how to read an opponent's intentions through the subtle shifts of weight and posture. Oriva's lungs burned. Her muscles screamed. But she didn't yield. Finally, Nikolai pinned her, his massive paw on her chest, his jaws at her throat. She could feel his heartbeat through the contact, steady and strong while hers raced like a rabbit's. Better, he said, shifting back to human form and offering her a hand up. You fight well, but you fight angry. That makes you predictable. Oriva shifted back, breathing hard. Anger is all I've ever had. Then it's time to find something else, Nikolai said. He walked to where Mireia had left water skins and took a long drink. Anger is a tool, Oriva. A weapon. But if it's your only weapon, your enemies will always know how to manipulate you. He tossed her a water skin. Your gift requires clarity. Precision. You can't see bonds clearly when rage is clouding your vision. So, what do I use instead? Purpose, Nikolai said simply. Your mother fought with purpose. To protect. To uncover truth. To save wolves who couldn't save themselves. That's what made her dangerous. Not rage, but focused intent backed by skill and power. Oriva drank deeply, letting his words settle. How do I learn to see bonds? Actually use the gift? By understanding what you're looking for, Belindra said, emerging from the tree line. The older woman carried a leather satchel and wore the expression of someone who'd been teaching reluctant students for years. Bonds aren't visible in the normal sense, child. They exist in a space between physical and spiritual. To see them, you must quiet your surface mind and let your wolf's instincts guide you. That sounds like mystical nonsense, Oriva muttered. It is mystical nonsense, Belindra agreed cheerfully. But it's also true. Here, sit. Let me show you. For the next 2 hours, Belindra guided Oriva through meditation techniques that made her want to scream with frustration. Sitting still had never been her strength. Her mind raced constantly, cataloging threats and planning escapes and replaying past fights. But gradually, under Belindra's patient instruction and Nikolai's watchful presence, Oriva learned to quiet the noise. Feel for the warmth in your chest, Belindra said. That's where your wolf lives, where your connection to pack resides. Focus on that warmth. Let it expand. Oriva focused. At first, there was nothing but the usual restless energy that always filled her. But then there, a warmth, deep in her core, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Good, Belindra murmured. Now follow that warmth outward. See where it connects to others. Oriva pushed her awareness along that thread of warmth and gasped. Bonds. She could see them now, silver threads extending from her chest toward Shadowpine territory, miles away. Some were thick and strong, others were thin and fraying, and they felt wrong. Sick. Like touching something that had been rotting in darkness too long. The Shadowpine bonds, she whispered. They're dying. Now you understand, Belindra said quietly. This is what your mother saw every day. Every moment. The slow collapse of the foundation that keeps wolves sane and connected. How did she bear it? Oriva asked. Seeing this constantly, knowing the alphas wouldn't listen? She channeled it into action, Nikolai said. Documented everything. Built networks of wolves she could trust. And when action wasn't enough, he paused. She found ways to strengthen individual bonds. To give wolves hope even when their packs were failing them. Can I do that? Oriva asked. Strengthen bonds? Eventually, Belindra said. But first, you need to learn to read them accurately. To distinguish between natural weakness and deliberate sabotage. She stood and stretched. Which brings us to today's real lesson. You're going to analyze every alpha at this conclave. Read their pack bonds. Tell us who's hiding rot and who's genuinely strong. That will take hours, Oriva protested. Days, actually, Belindra corrected. But we have 3 days before you leave for the Thornwood. Might as well use them productively. The conclave's second day involved a series of formal gatherings, political theater designed to let alphas posture and negotiate without actually committing to anything. Oriva attended them all, sitting in corners and pretending to be insignificant while her newly awakened gift showed her truths the alphas would have killed to hide. Alpha Evander of Silver Crest appeared strong, but his bonds were stretched thin. Too much territory, too many wolves, not enough genuine connection. His pack was held together by wealth and tradition rather than loyalty. Alpha Cassius of Rivermist had thick bonds, but they were brittle, enforced through fear rather than respect. His wolves obeyed because they were terrified of the consequences of disobedience. Alpha Theron of Stoneclaw had the healthiest bonds Oriva had seen outside of Thornridge. His pack genuinely loved him, but even his connections showed signs of the creeping sickness, thin spots, discolored threads, the beginning of rot. And Alpha Hadrien. Oriva watched her Alpha from across the council chamber and saw the full truth for the first time. His bonds were a disaster. Half of them were completely severed, connecting to nothing. The other half were so corrupted they looked more like chains than connections, holding wolves in place through manipulation rather than mutual trust. He knows, she reported to Nikolai and Belindra that evening. Hadrien knows the bonds are failing. He's been using force and fear to hold the pack together, but it's not working. The more he tightens control, the faster the connections degrade. A death spiral, Belindra said grimly. The more threatened he feels, the more authoritarian he becomes. The more authoritarian he becomes, the weaker the genuine bonds grow. Eventually, the entire pack will fracture.
How long?
Nikolai asked. 6 months, Belindra said. Maybe less. Shadowpine is on the verge of collapse. Oriva felt something twist in her chest. She'd hated Shadowpine for years. Hated the pack that made her feel broken and unwanted. But the thought of it actually falling apart, of hundreds of wolves losing the bonds that kept them sane.
We have to stop this, she said.
Whatever's causing the sickness, we have to end it before Shadowpine falls. Before any more packs fall. That's why we're going to the Thornwood, Nikolai said. His silver eyes reflected lamplight like mirrors. Your mother believed the source was there. Something or someone deliberately severing bonds across the region. If we can find them, we can stop them, Oriva finished. And save what's left of the northern packs. If they deserve saving, Maria muttered from where she was sharpening knives in the corner. Some of these alphas should fall. The packs aren't their alphas, Oriva said quietly. There are good wolves in Shadowpine. Wolves who've been kind to me even when it cost them. They don't deserve to go rogue because their alpha is weak. Spoken like someone who's learning to care about more than her own anger, Nikolai observed.
Good.
You'll need that perspective for what comes next. The third day of training pushed Oriva harder than she'd ever been pushed. Nikolai taught her combat techniques specific to Thornridge, brutal, efficient, designed to end fights quickly against larger opponents. Belindra taught her to track bonds across distances, to feel the connections between wolves even when they weren't visible. And Maria taught her to lie. If you're going to survive alpha politics, you need to hide what you can see, Maria explained. They were practicing in Belindra's quarters, away from prying eyes. The moment Hadrien or any other alpha realizes you can read their bonds, you become a threat. They'll kill you just like they killed your mother. So, I pretend to be weak, Oriva said. You pretend to be broken, Maria corrected. The angry, unstable wolf everyone already thinks you are. Let them underestimate you while you gather information. Then, when you have everything you need, she made a slashing gesture. You strike. Oriva practiced. Practice showing emotion on her face while hiding her thoughts. Practice seeming impulsive while calculating every move. Practiced being the weapon no one saw coming until it was already buried in their chest. You're a natural, Maria said with approval. All those years of pretending not to care, you've been training for this your whole life. That night, Alpha Hadrien summoned Oriva to his temporary quarters. She went, heart pounding, wondering if he'd somehow discovered what she was learning. But when she entered his study, Hadrien simply looked tired. Old. Like a wolf carrying weight that was slowly crushing him. Oriva, he said, I've been watching you at the Conclave. You've been spending time with Alpha Nikolai of Thornridge. He's been teaching me, Oriva said carefully, about pack dynamics. History. Thornridge is dangerous, Hadrien said. They're isolationists. Extremists. They reject modern pack structures in favor of old ways that died out for good reason. His gaze sharpened. What has Nikolai told you? That there's more to pack bonds than I understood, Oriva said. It wasn't a lie. That strong packs are built on trust, not fear. Hadrien's jaw tightened. He's filling your head with idealistic nonsense. Packs require hierarchy, Oriva. Order. Without strong leadership, we descend into chaos. Like the chaos of wolves going rogue at 3 times the normal rate? Oriva asked before she could stop herself. Hadrien went very still. What did you say? Nothing, Oriva backtracked quickly. I've heard rumors. About increased rogue activity. Rumors, Hadrien repeated. His eyes narrowed. Oriva, I'm going to ask you a direct question, and I expect a direct answer. Has Nikolai been telling you about your mother? Oriva's gift flared to life, without her consciously summoning it. She saw Hadrien's bonds, saw the fear threading through them, the desperate need to control information. And she understood. He was terrified she'd learn the truth. No, she lied smoothly. He mentioned she was a good fighter. That's all. The tension in Hadrien's shoulders eased slightly. Good. Your mother was complicated. Brilliant but reckless. She died pursuing theories that had no basis in reality. I don't want to see you follow the same path. What theories? Oriva pressed, playing the role of ignorant pack member. Conspiracies, Hadrien said dismissively. She became convinced that pack bonds could be manipulated by outside forces. That someone was deliberately creating rogues. It was paranoia born from her gift. The ability to see bonds. It drove her to madness. Or maybe she saw something you didn't want her to see, Oriva thought. But outwardly, she just nodded. I understand, Alpha.
Do you?
Hadrien stood and moved to the window. Because I'm not certain you do, Oriva. You're at a crossroads. You can continue down this path of rebellion and isolation. Keep spending time with wolves like Nikolai who will only encourage your worst instincts.
Or,
he turned to face her. You can come home. Really come home. Accept your place in Shadowpine. Let me help you become the wolf your mother should have been. The offer was delivered with apparent sincerity. And Oriva realized, with a cold shock, that Hadrien actually believed it. He'd convinced himself that destroying her mother had been necessary. That controlling Oriva was protection rather than manipulation. He was a monster who thought he was a savior. I'll think about it, Oriva said quietly. Don't think too long, Hadrien advised. The conclave ends tomorrow. We return to Shadowpine the day after. Once we're home, I'll expect your decision. He gestured toward the door. You're dismissed. Oriva fled back to her quarters, her heart racing. She'd maintained her cover, but barely. One slip, one moment of letting her disgust show, and Hadrien would have known. She found Nikolai waiting in the hallway outside her room. He knows something, she said without preamble. Not everything, but enough to be scared. He asked about my mother. About what you've told me.
What did you say?
That you mentioned she was a good fighter. Nothing more. Oriva leaned against the wall, suddenly exhausted. He tried to convince me she was paranoid. That her gift drove her mad. Classic technique, Nikolai said. Discredit the source, so no one believes the information. His expression darkened. We need to move up our timeline. If Hadrien's suspicious, he'll be watching you closely once you return to Shadowpine. We need to get to the Thornwood before he can interfere. We leave tomorrow night? Tomorrow night, Nikolai confirmed. The Conclave's closing feast will keep all the alphas occupied. We slip away in the chaos. By the time anyone notices we're gone, we'll be deep enough in neutral territory that pursuit will be difficult. Oriva nodded, mind already racing through preparations. What do I need to bring? Travel light, Nikolai said. Weapons, warm clothes, your mother's journal. Mireia and I will handle supplies. He paused. And Oriva? Once we do this, there's no going back. You'll be defying your alpha's direct orders. Leaving pack territory without permission. By pack law, that's grounds for exile or execution. Good thing I've never cared much for pack law, Oriva said. Nikolai's smile was sharp and approving. Your mother said almost exactly the same thing. 20 years ago, when my father warned her that investigating the bond sickness would make her enemies. She said. He paused, remembering. She said some things were worth dying for. And if pack law stood in the way of saving lives, then pack law needed to change. Did she really believe that? Until the very end, Nikolai said quietly. And then his expression shifted, became more businesslike. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be long, and we'll be traveling hard once we leave. The Thornwood Veil is 5 days northeast through some of the roughest terrain in the northern region. Nikolai, Oriva said as he turned to leave. Why are you really doing this? I understand wanting to expose corrupt alphas. But you're risking everything to investigate my mother's theories.
Why?
Because she saved my father's life, Nikolai said simply. 20 years ago, when Thornridge was dealing with our own rogue problem, your mother came to our territory. She identified which pack members were being targeted for bond severance. Helped my father strengthen those connections before they could be destroyed. Without her intervention, Thornridge would have fallen. He met Oriva's eyes. I owe her a debt.
And I pay my debts.
Always. After he left, Oriva sat on her bed and opened her mother's journal to a random page. The entry was dated 1 month before Askera's death. The sickness spreads faster now. I can feel it even from here, bonds breaking across the northern region like glass shattering in slow motion. The alphas won't listen. They're too afraid of appearing weak. But I've found something. A pattern in the veil. Old magic, older than any pack I've ever encountered. Tomorrow, I present my findings to Hadrien. Tomorrow, I convince him to let me investigate properly. Tomorrow, everything changes. But tomorrow had never come. Not for her mother. Oriva closed the journal and stared out at the moonlit grounds of Silver Crest. Tomorrow, she would leave. Would step into the path her mother had died trying to walk. Would risk everything to find answers that might destroy the only world she'd ever known. She should have been terrified. Instead, for the first time in 19 years, Oriva felt like she was exactly where she was meant to be. Doing exactly what she was born to do. And if it killed her, well, at least she'd die fighting for something that mattered. At least she'd die trying to finish what her mother started. The moon rose higher, calling to her wolf. But Oriva stayed human, stayed still, stayed focused on the road ahead. Tomorrow, the lies would begin to unravel. Tomorrow, the hunt for truth would begin. Tomorrow, Oriva Thorn would become more than the broken blacksmith's daughter. She would become her mother's legacy. And the weapon that would either save the northern packs, or burn them all to ash. Chapter 4. The Conclave's closing feast was everything Oriva had learned to despise about pack politics. Alphas competed to see who could display the most wealth, the finest furs, the most elaborate toasts to unity that everyone knew were hollow. Wolves who'd been circling each other with suspicion for 3 days now laughed and embraced like old friends, already forgetting the deals they'd made and the promises they'd broken. Oriva sat at Shadowpine's table, picking at roasted venison and watching the clock. 2 more hours until full dark. 1 more hour after that until the feast reached its peak chaos. Then she, Nikolai, and Mireia would slip away into the forest, and this gilded cage would become nothing but a memory. "You're quiet tonight," Beta Hadrien said from beside her. He'd been watching her all evening with the concern of a wolf who sensed something wrong but couldn't identify the threat. "Everything all right?" "Just thinking," Oriva said. She forced herself to meet his eyes. "This conclave has given me a lot to consider." "About your place in Shadowpine?" Hadrien's voice softened. "I know the Alpha was hard on you, Oriva. But he does care. In his own way. He sees potential in you that you don't see in yourself. The lies came easier than they should have. Maybe you're right. Maybe I've been fighting the wrong battles." Hadrien's relief was palpable. "I'm glad to hear it. Your mother would be proud." She knew when to bend, even when her instincts screamed to break.
Did she?
Oriva asked quietly. "Because from what I remember, my mother never bent for anyone." Hadrien's expression flickered with something Oriva couldn't quite read. Guilt, maybe. Or regret. Your mother was complicated. But she loved Shadowpine. Loved the pack, more than her own life. He placed a hand on Oriva's shoulder. "Don't let bitterness poison that legacy." Oriva wanted to laugh. Wanted to show him her gift. Force him to see the rotting bonds he was so desperately defending. But instead, she just nodded and returned her meal. Across the hall, she caught Nikolai's eye. He sat with the other alphas at the high table, playing his role perfectly. The eccentric leader of Thornridge, present but not truly engaged, tolerated rather than welcomed. He raised his wine glass slightly, a signal. "It's time." Oriva excused herself to use the facilities and slipped into the hallway. Mireia was already waiting, dressed in dark traveling clothes with 2 packs slung across her shoulders. "Your gear," Mireia said, handing 1 pack to Oriva. "Food for a week, water skins, rope, flint, steel, and a knife that's actually sharp, unlike that sad thing you've been carrying. Also your mother's journal. I assumed you'd want it close." "Thank you," Oriva said, surprised by the efficiency. "Don't thank me yet," Mireia said grimly. "We're about to commit treason against half a dozen packs simultaneously. Save your gratitude for when we're not being hunted as rogues." They moved through Silver Crest's corridors like shadows, avoiding the main passages where enforcers stood guard. Mireia knew every servant's entrance, every forgotten stairwell, every route that wouldn't be watched during the feast. Within minutes, they'd reached the eastern wall where Nikolai waited. He'd already shifted to his massive black wolf form, a pack strapped to his back with practiced ease. When he saw them, he jerked his head toward the forest. "No farewell speech?" Oriva asked. Nikolai shifted back long enough to say, "Speeches are for wolves who aren't sure they're making the right choice. We know what we're doing." Then he was wolf again, loping toward the tree line. Oriva and Mireia shifted and followed. The transformation felt different this time. Oriva's wolf rose with purpose rather than anger, with clarity instead of chaos. And as her paws hit the ground and she stretched into a run, she felt her gift flare to life.
Bonds.
She could see them now even in wolf form, silver threads connecting every wolf at the Conclave, stretching across miles to distant pack territories. And among those thousands of connections, she could see the sick ones, the dying ones, the threads that had been deliberately cut. The full scope of the destruction hit her like a physical blow. This wasn't random, wasn't natural deterioration. Someone had systematically targeted the strongest bonds in dozens of packs, severing connections with surgical precision. And they'd been doing it for years. Oriva stumbled, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what her mother must have witnessed, must have felt every single day. Nikolai was beside her instantly, his larger body pressing against hers, steadying her. His silver eyes met her amber ones, and somehow she understood his message. "I know. I see it too. But we keep moving." She gathered herself and ran. They traveled through the night, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Silver Crest before the Alphas realized key members of their delegations were missing. Nikolai set a brutal pace, stopping only briefly to drink from streams or catch their breath. By dawn, they'd covered 30 miles and crossed into neutral territory. They made camp in a small cave hidden behind a waterfall, the rushing water masking their scent from any pursuing wolves. Only then did they shift back to human form and allow themselves to rest. "That was the easy part," Mireia said, pulling dried meat from her pack. "Now comes the fun of traveling through rogue-infested neutral lands while every alpha in the northern region puts a price on our heads." "You think they'll offer bounties?" Oriva asked. "Absolutely," Nikolai said. He was examining a map by the cave's dim light, tracing possible routes. "Hadrien will claim you've been kidnapped or seduced by Thornridge. That I'm corrupting you for political purposes. The other alphas will use it as an excuse to demand concessions from both our packs. Your pack will suffer for this," Oriva realized. "For helping me. Thornridge has been an outcast pack for generations," Nikolai said without looking up. "We rejected the Southern Alpha's authority when they tried to standardize pack laws 50 years ago. This will just give them another reason to hate us." He glanced at her. "But we're strong enough to weather their displeasure. And more importantly, we're right. That matters."
Does it?
Oriva asked bitterly. "My mother was right. It didn't save her. Your mother was alone," Nikolai corrected. "You're not. You have Thornridge behind you, Mireia and I beside you, and Belindra coordinating information from Silver Crest." His silver eyes caught the dawn light. "We're going to succeed where she couldn't because we're not fighting this battle isolated and desperate. We're fighting it together." Mireia pulled out a small flask and took a swig before passing it to Oriva. "To finishing what Iskira started, and to making the alphas who killed her regret every decision that led to this moment." Oriva drank. The liquid burned going down, but the warmth spread through her chest like courage. "To my mother," she said quietly, "and to the truth she died protecting." They rested for 4 hours, taking turns on watch. When they set out again, the landscape had changed. The manicured forests near pack territories gave way to true wilderness, ancient trees that had never known an axe, streams that ran wild and untamed, land that belonged to no pack and every wolf simultaneously. "This is where rogues thrive," Nikolai explained as they picked their way through dense underbrush. "No pack bonds to anchor them. No alpha authority to restrain them. Just survival and madness. Stay alert. Stay together. And if we encounter rogues, let me handle negotiations." "Negotiations?" Oriva asked. "I thought rogues were beyond reason." "Most are," Nikolai said. "But there are levels to rogue existence. Fresh rogues, those who've only recently lost their bonds, can still communicate. Still remember pack law even if they can't follow it anymore. It's the old ones, the wolves who've been rogue for years, who are truly lost. They encountered their first rogues on the second day of travel. 5 of them, all male, all showing signs of advanced deterioration. Their fur was matted and scarred, their eyes wild with the kind of madness that came from prolonged isolation. They emerged from the trees ahead, blocking the path. Nikolai shifted immediately to his massive wolf form, putting himself between Oriva and the threat. Mireia flanked left, her copper fur bristling. Oriva shifted as well, and her gift showed her something that made her stomach turn. These wolves had no bonds at all. Where pack wolves had threads connecting them to others, these rogues had nothing. Just empty spaces where connections should have existed. And in those spaces, she could see something else: scars. Marks where bonds had been violently severed rather than naturally fading. Someone did this to them, Oriva realized. Someone deliberately cut their pack bonds and left them to go mad. The largest rogue stepped forward, lips pulled back to reveal yellowed fangs. His growl was more animal than wolf, the sound of something that had forgotten language. Nikolai growled back, but his was different. It carried alpha command, the weight of authority that even rogues recognized on some instinctive level. The rogue paused, confusion flickering across its wild features. Nikolai pressed the advantage, taking another step forward. His posture radiated dominance without aggression, the bearing of a wolf offering order to those drowning in chaos. 3 of the rogues retreated immediately, slinking back into the forest. But 2 remained, including the large one, and Oriva could see in the set of its shoulders that it was going to attack. She moved without thinking. Her gift flared, and suddenly she could see not just the absence of bonds in the rogue, but the echoes of what had been there before. A connection to a pack called River Mist. A bond to an alpha, to pack mates, to territory. All of it severed 3 months ago in a single violent cut. And in that moment of connection, Oriva felt the rogue's pain. The confusion of waking one day and finding the voices in its head silent. The desperate attempt to find its pack, only to discover they no longer recognized him. The slow descent into madness as loneliness became a physical ache that nothing could ease. This wolf had been a father, a mate, a respected hunter. Now he was nothing, less than nothing. A monster his own children would kill on sight. "I'm sorry," Oriva whispered. "I'm so sorry this happened to you." The rogue's head snapped toward her, its wild eyes meeting hers. And for just a second, she saw recognition. Saw the wolf remember what it meant to be seen as more than a threat. Then the moment passed. The madness reasserted itself. The rogue lunged. Nikolai intercepted, massive jaws closing on the rogue's shoulder and slamming him to the ground. The fight was brutal and brief. Nikolai was larger, stronger, and most importantly, sane. Within seconds, the rogue lay pinned and whimpering. The last rogue fled into the forest. Nikolai released his captive and stepped back, allowing it to scramble away and disappear after its companion. Only then did he shift back to human form and turn to Oriva. "What did you do?" "I don't know," Oriva said, still shaking from the intensity of the experience. "I saw his bonds, or where they used to be, and I felt." She struggled to find words. "I felt his pain, his grief. He wasn't always like this. Someone made him this way." Mireia shifted back as well, her expression grave. "You connected with a rogue. That should be impossible. They have no bonds to connect through." "Not current bonds," Oriva said slowly, understanding dawning. "But the echoes are still there. The scars where bonds used to exist. My mother could see current bonds. Maybe I can see the ones that were destroyed." Nikolai and Mireia exchanged looks. "If that's true," Nikolai said carefully, "then you can do something your mother couldn't. You can identify who's being targeted for severing before it happens, and potentially trace the attacks back to their source. Is that even possible?" Oriva asked. "I don't know," Nikolai admitted, "but we're about to find out." He gathered his pack. "We're 3 days from the Thornwood Veil. Whatever's there, Whatever's been severing bonds across the northern region, it won't be expecting us. His silver eyes found Oriva's. Your mother got close to the truth, died before she could prove it. We're going to finish her work, and then we're going to make whoever killed her answer for every bond they've destroyed. They traveled harder after that, driven by urgency and the growing sense that time was running out. The landscape grew wilder, darker. The trees twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate, like warnings carved by something that wanted to be left alone. On the third day, they crossed into the Thornwood Veil proper. The change was immediate and unsettling. The forest here was old in a way that made even the neutral lands seem young. The trees were massive, their trunks wider than houses, their branches blocking out so much sunlight that eternal twilight reigned even at midday. And the silence, nothing moved here. No birds sang. No squirrels chattered. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. This place is wrong, Mireia whispered. She'd drawn her knives without realizing it. Every instinct says run. That's the point, Nikolai said grimly. The Veil doesn't want visitors. It's been cultivating that reputation for generations. He consulted the map one last time before tucking it away. According to your mother's journal, there's a clearing at the heart of the Veil. Something she called the Severing Stone. That's where we're headed. What's a Severing Stone? Oriva asked. I was hoping you could tell me, Nikolai said. The journal mentions it repeatedly, but never explains what it is. Just that it's the source. The center of everything. They pressed deeper into the Veil, and Oriva's gift began showing her things that made her blood run cold. Bonds. Thousands of them, stretching through the forest like a vast web. But these weren't normal pack bonds. These were different, darker, colder, and they all converged on a single point ahead of them. The heart of the Veil. Something's there, Oriva said. Something with more bonds than any pack I've ever seen. But they're wrong. Twisted. Like someone took the concept of pack bonds and corrupted it into something evil. Can you tell what it is? Nikolai asked. Oriva focused harder, pushing her gift to its limits. And gasped. Not something. Someone. There's a wolf at the center of all those bonds. And they're not connected. They're anchored. Like a spider at the center of a web, holding every thread, controlling every connection. An alpha? Mireia asked. Bigger than an alpha, Oriva whispered. This is something else entirely. They found the clearing an hour later. It was perfectly circular, perhaps 100 feet across, ringed by those massive ancient trees. At its center stood a stone, black as midnight, smooth as glass, and easily 10 feet tall. And carved into its surface were symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when Oriva tried to focus on them. But it was what lay at the base of the stone that stopped them cold. Bodies. Not fresh corpses, but ancient remains. Dozens of wolf skeletons arranged in concentric circles around the stone, their bones bleached white by time and weather. And every skull bore the same mark, a clean cut through the crown, as if something had reached inside and extracted the essence of what made them wolves. What is this place? Mireia breathed. A temple, said a voice from the shadows. Or a prison. Depending on your perspective. A figure emerged from the tree line. She was ancient, her hair white as bone, her face lined with centuries of living. But her eyes burned with intelligence and malice, and something that might have been amusement. And every single corrupted bond Oriva had sensed converged on this woman. Welcome, children, the woman said. Her smile revealed teeth filed to points. I've been expecting you. Your mother sent word, you see, before they killed her. Said her daughter would come. Said the blacksmith's child would finish what she started. She spread her arms. Welcome to the Thornwood Veil, Oriva Thorn. Welcome to the birthplace of the unbonded. And welcome. She stepped closer, and Oriva could see the madness dancing in those burning eyes. To your death. Nikolai and Mireia shifted instantly, placing themselves between Oriva and the threat. But the woman just laughed. Oh, I don't want to kill her, she said. Not yet. First, I want her to understand. Want her to see what her precious mother discovered. Want her to know why the packs must fall. She touched the severing stone with one gnarled hand, and the symbols blazed with dark light. And then, when she's drowning in the truth of what we are, what we've always been, then I'll take her gift, add her power to mine, and finish destroying every pack bond in the northern region. The stone's light grew brighter, and Oriva felt her gift torn open, forced to see things she'd never wanted to witness. The truth of the unbonded, the history the Alphas had buried, and the real reason her mother had died. Everything she thought she knew about pack bonds, about wolves, about the world shattered like glass. And in the ruins of that shattered understanding, something new began to take shape. Something that would either save the packs or destroy them forever. Chapter 5. The symbols on the severing stone burned like cold fire, and Oriva's gift exploded open. She saw everything, not through her own eyes, but through the stone itself, through centuries of memory compressed into heartbeats. Images flooded her mind with such violence that she collapsed to her knees, screaming. The first wolves. Not shifters bound by pack law, but wild things that ran free beneath ancient moons. They needed no alpha, no hierarchy, no bonds to keep them sane. They were complete unto themselves. Then came the binding. Something decided that wild wolves were too dangerous, too unpredictable. So they created the first pack bonds, magical chains disguised as connection, designed to make wolves dependent on each other, controllable by those strong enough to dominate the collective. And those who refused, those who saw the bonds for what they truly were, they were hunted.
Killed.
Erased from history until only the bound remained, and wild wolves became nothing but myths whispered in the dark. No, Oriva gasped, her hands pressed against her temples as if she could physically hold the visions back. That's not pack bonds are natural. They keep us sane. The old woman's laughter was like bones breaking. Natural? Child, there's nothing natural about needing others to maintain your own sanity. Nothing natural about an alpha's word carrying the weight of compulsion. The bonds are slavery wrapped in the illusion of belonging. She moved closer, and Oriva could see the twisted bonds radiating from her like diseased light. I am Varia, last of the true and bonded. And I have spent 300 years proving what your mother discovered too late. Nikolai snarled, his massive black wolf form positioned protectively over Oriva. Whatever poison you're feeding her, stop.
Now.
Varia tilted her head, studying Nikolai with the detached interest of a cat watching a mouse. Ah, the Thornridge Alpha. Your father was easier to manipulate. One whispered suggestion about rogues threatening his territory, and he sent Ascara straight into my trap. She smiled. Well, Hadrien's trap. But I was the one who told him where to send her. You killed my mother, Oriva said. The words came out flat, emotionless, because the rage building inside her was too vast for simple anger. I freed her, Varia corrected, released her from the prison of pack bonds that had chained her since birth. She touched the stone again, and Oriva felt another wave of visions crash over her. Her mother, standing in this very clearing, facing Varia with defiance blazing in her eyes. You're wrong, Ascara said. Bonds aren't chains. They're choices. Love made manifest. Connection forged through trust, not magic. Varia had laughed then too. Then let's test that theory. Let me sever every bond you carry. If they're truly love, truly choice, surely they'll survive. And she touched Ascara's chest with one clawed hand, and Oriva watched her mother's bonds shred like paper. Watched the light go out of Ascara's eyes as every connection she'd ever known was violently ripped away. Watched her mother's wolf go mad in the space between one heartbeat and the next. No, Ascara had screamed, falling to her knees. No, please, I can't. I can't feel them anymore. I can't hear them. Exactly, Varia had said with satisfaction. Without the bonds, you're nothing. Just an animal that's forgotten how to be human. Isn't it liberating? And then she'd sent Ascara stumbling out of the veil, broken and dying, straight into the rogue attack Hadrien had orchestrated. Made it look like a heroic death instead of murder. Oriva came back to herself with Mireia shaking her shoulders and Nikolai's anguished howl echoing through the clearing. She killed her, Oriva whispered. Not Hadrien. Not the rogues. This monster destroyed my mother's bonds and sent her to die mad and alone. I showed her the truth, Varia said calmly. That pack bonds are a lie. A beautiful, seductive lie, but a lie nonetheless. Wild wolves never needed such things. We were complete. Perfect. Until the first alphas decided we needed to be controlled. You're insane, Maria spat, her knives gleaming in the stone's unnatural light. I'm enlightened, Varia corrected. And I'm nearly finished. She gestured to the stone, and Oriva saw new symbols appearing on its surface. For 300 years, I've been severing bonds across the northern region.
Slowly. Carefully.
Creating rogues, yes, but also weakening the foundation of pack structure itself. Another decade, maybe 2, and the entire system will collapse. Wolves will remember what it means to be truly free. Free to go mad, Nikolai growled, shifting back to human form despite the danger. Free to lose everything that makes them more than animals. That's not freedom. That's destruction. Varia's expression hardened. You speak of madness as if it's inevitable. But madness only comes because you've been conditioned to believe you need bonds to survive. Break that conditioning, and wolves would thrive in isolation. She looked at Oriva. Your gift could accelerate the process. With your ability to see bonds, to feel them, to manipulate them, you could help me sever every connection in the northern region within a year. Never, Oriva said. She forced herself to stand, her legs shaking but her voice steady. My mother spent her life protecting bonds, strengthening them. I'm not going to destroy her legacy by finishing your twisted work. Then you'll die like she did, Varia said. Alone. Bondless. Drowning in the absence of connection. She raised her hand toward Oriva. Let me show you what that feels like. Power lashed out from Varia's palm, cold and dark and hungry. It struck Oriva's chest, and suddenly she could feel her bonds to Shadowpine thin and damaged as they were beginning to fray. The sensation was worse than any physical pain, like having pieces of her soul torn away. She felt the connection to her father's stretching, weakening, threatening to snap entirely. Felt the tenuous threads to pack members she'd known her whole life beginning to dissolve. Stop, Oriva gasped, falling to her knees again. Please. Nikolai roared and launched himself at Varia. The old woman moved with impossible speed, sidestepping his attack and placing her palm on his shoulder. Nikolai's massive form crashed to the ground, convulsing. Oriva could see his bonds to Thornridge being shredded, his connection to his pack tearing like fabric. And Thornridge was strong. Their bonds were the healthiest she'd ever seen. But even they couldn't withstand Varia's assault. One by one, the silver threads connecting Nikolai to his wolves began to snap.
No.
Oriva screamed. She reached out instinctively with her gift, trying to grab the fraying bonds, to hold them together through sheer will. And discovered something Varia hadn't anticipated. Oriva could see bonds. But she could also touch them, shape them. And if she could do that, she could repair them. Her gift surged, pouring out of her like light, and she grabbed the threads connecting Nikolai to Thornridge. Held them. Reinforced them with her own power, weaving her energy into the gaps Varia was creating. It was like trying to hold back an avalanche with bare hands. The pain was excruciating. But Oriva gritted her teeth and held on. Impossible, Varia hissed. You shouldn't be able to. She increased her assault, pouring more power into severing Nikolai's bonds. Oriva matched her. For every thread Varia cut, Oriva wove 2 more. For every connection destroyed, Oriva created new pathways. She was burning through her own energy at a terrifying rate, could feel her life force depleting with each bond she reinforced, but she didn't stop. Because she finally understood what her gift was truly meant for. Not just seeing bonds. Not just reading them. But healing them. Protecting them. Standing as a guardian against those who would destroy connection itself. Varia realized it too. Her ancient eyes widened with something that might have been fear. You're not just your mother's daughter, she whispered. You're something new. Something neither bound nor unbonded. But she stepped back from Nikolai.
Between.
Mireia used the distraction to strike, her knives flashing toward Varia's throat. The old woman caught both blades barehanded, her skin smoking where the silver touched it but not breaking. "Child," she said almost sadly, "you're brave but outmatched." She twisted, and Mireia went flying across the clearing to crash against one of the ancient trees. Oriva felt her own bonds begin to fail. She'd poured too much energy into saving Nikolai. Didn't have enough left to protect herself. The connections to Shadow Pine snapped one after another, and with each severing, she felt pieces of herself disappearing. Her identity as pack member, her memories of belonging, the fundamental understanding of who she was in relation to others. All of it dissolving like smoke. "This is what your mother felt," Varia said, walking toward Oriva with slow, measured steps. "This emptiness. This silence where voices used to be." She thought bonds were love made manifest. But love that can be destroyed so easily was never real to begin with. Oriva's vision was darkening around the edges. She was dying. Not physically, but in every way that mattered for a wolf. Without bonds, without connection, she was becoming the very thing she'd feared her entire life. Nothing. Then Nikolai's hand found hers. His bonds were still intact, barely, but holding. And through their touch, Oriva felt something flow from him to her. Not just energy, though there was that too, but something deeper. A connection forged not through pack magic or alpha command, but through choice. Through the simple, radical act of one wolf choosing to share their strength with another. And Oriva understood. Varia was wrong.
Bonds could be manipulated, yes.
Could be twisted by those with power and ill intent. But at their core, beneath the alpha hierarchies and pack politics and all the corruption that had infected the northern region, bonds were still choice. Her mother had chosen to protect wolves who didn't deserve her sacrifice. Nikolai had chosen to honor a debt to a wolf he'd never met. Mireia had chosen to follow them into danger. Oriva herself had chosen to save 20 wolves from drowning, to pull Nikolai's bonds back together, to stand here and fight instead of running. Every real connection, every genuine bond, came from choosing to care about someone beyond yourself. And that couldn't be destroyed by magic. Only by abandoning the choice itself. Oriva's gift blazed back to life, stronger than before. Fed not by her own depleting energy, but by the choice she and Nikolai had made to stand together. She could see her bonds to Shadow Pine reforming, but different now. Stronger. Clearer. Built on conscious decision rather than unconscious obligation. She stood, still holding Nikolai's hand, and faced Varia. "You're right about one thing," Oriva said. "The current bond system is broken. Corrupted by alphas who use connection as a tool for control. But the answer isn't destroying all bonds. It's remembering what they're supposed to be." Varia's expression twisted with rage. "Foolish child. You've learned nothing." She raised both hands, and the severing stone pulsed with dark power. "I'll show you what happens to wolves who cling to their chains." The power that erupted from Varia was unlike anything Oriva had ever felt. It wasn't just targeting her bonds or Nikolai's. It was reaching out across the entire northern region, trying to sever every connection simultaneously. Trying to bring about the collapse she'd been working toward for 3 centuries in one catastrophic moment. And it might have worked. Would have worked if Oriva had been alone. But she wasn't alone. She had Nikolai beside her, his strength flowing into her through their joined hands. She had Mireia, groaning but pulling herself upright despite her injuries, her presence a reminder that loyalty could survive pain. She had the memory of her mother, who died protecting the belief that bonds mattered. And she had her gift. Oriva reached out with everything she had. Not to attack Varia directly, that would be futile, but to do what she'd been learning to do since discovering her ability. She touched the bonds. Every single bond Varia was trying to sever across the northern region. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. More connections than should have been possible for one wolf to perceive, let alone protect. But Oriva wasn't trying to save them all. She was just trying to show wolves what was happening. To wake them up to the attack they didn't know they were under. To give them the choice to fight for their connections or let them go. And across the northern region, wolves suddenly felt it. In Shadowpine, Alpha Hadrien gasped as he became aware of the poison in his pack bonds for the first time. In Silver Crest, Alpha Evander stumbled during a patrol as the truth of his weakening connections crystallized. In a dozen territories, wolves who'd been sleepwalking through corrupted bonds suddenly woke up and chose to fight,
Chose to hold on.
chose each other. The wave of collective choice hit Varia like a physical blow. She screamed, her ancient power faltering as thousands of wolves simultaneously rejected her vision of isolation.
No.
She shrieked. You don't understand. The bonds will enslave you. The alphas will use them to control you. You're choosing chains. We're choosing each other, Oriva said quietly. And that's not the same thing. Varia's power shattered. The severing stone cracked down the middle with a sound like the world breaking. And the old woman fell to her knees, suddenly looking every one of her 300 years. I was trying to save you, she whispered. All of you. From the fate that destroyed my pack, my family, everything I loved. Her eyes, still burning but dimmed now, found Oriva's. The first alphas bound us, without consent. Turned free wolves into pets. And I've spent centuries trying to undo that crime. By committing worse ones, Nikolai said. His voice was harsh, but not entirely without sympathy. You had a grievance. Maybe even a legitimate one. But you destroyed innocent wolves to pursue it. That's not justice. That's just revenge. Varia laughed bitterly. Says the Alpha. You benefit from the bond system. Of course you defend it. I defend choice, Nikolai corrected. And you took that from every wolf you severed. Made them into something they never chose to be. His silver eyes were hard. You're no better than the alphas you claim to despise. The old woman had no answer. She simply sat there among the ancient bones, looking small and broken and utterly defeated. What do we do with her? Mireia asked, limping over to join them. She's too dangerous to leave alive. But killing her feels wrong, Oriva finished. Because despite everything, she's still a wolf who suffered. Who lost everything to a system that didn't care about her consent. She's also a mass murderer, Mireia pointed out. Sympathy is great, but justice matters too. Oriva looked at the shattered severing stone. At the symbols that were fading from its surface, now that Varia's power had broken. At the clearing full of bones representing centuries of wolves who died in the name of freedom. What if we gave her a choice? Oriva said slowly. The same choice she denied everyone else. What choice? Nikolai asked. Stay in bonded, Oriva said, looking at Varia. Remain isolated and alone, free from the connections you despise. Or, she knelt beside the old woman. Let me try something. Let me see if I can create a bond that's different. One built on genuine choice, rather than magical compulsion. A connection you can break any time you want, but that might remind you what it feels like to not be alone. You would offer that? Varia's voice was barely a whisper. After everything I've done? My mother believed bonds were worth protecting, Oriva said. Even damaged ones. Even bonds with wolves who'd hurt her. She thought connection was sacred. I'm choosing to believe she was right. Nikolai and Mireia exchanged glances, but didn't interfere. Oriva placed her hand over Varia's heart and let her gift flow. But this time, she didn't reinforce existing bonds or repair damaged ones. She created something entirely new. A thread of connection built not on pack hierarchy or alpha command, but on the simple acknowledgement that two wolves had met in this place, in this moment, and chosen to see each other as more than enemies. It was fragile, so thin Oriva could barely perceive it. But it was real, and when it settled into place, Varia began to cry. I'd forgotten, the old woman said through tears. I'd forgotten what it felt like. To sense another soul and know you're not alone in the dark. She gripped Oriva's hand. What have I done? 300 years of destroying this. Of taking it from others. What have I become? Someone who can choose differently going forward, Oriva said quietly.
If you want to.
The journey back from the Thornwood Veil took 6 days. Varia came with them, walking in silence, seeming lost in the ruins of everything she'd believed for 3 centuries. The fragile bond Oriva had created remained, growing stronger each day as the old woman allowed herself to feel connection again. By the time they reached Silver Crest territory, word had already spread. The bond sickness had stopped. Across the northern region, the slow deterioration that had been killing packs for years had simply ceased. Rogues were still dangerous, bonds were still damaged, but the active severing had ended, and everyone wanted to know why. Alpha Evander of Silver Crest met them at his territory's border with a contingent of 20 wolves. His expression was wary but curious.
Nikolai, he said.
We've been looking for you. You missed the Conclave's final day, and apparently took Shadowpine's most problematic wolf with you. I took a volunteer on a research expedition, Nikolai corrected smoothly. One that answered some very pressing questions about recent pack health issues. Evander's eyes narrowed. What kind of answers? The kind that implicate several alphas in either gross negligence or active conspiracy, Nikolai said bluntly. The kind that suggests the bond sickness wasn't natural deterioration, but deliberate sabotage. His gaze was steady. The kind that are going to make the next few months very uncomfortable for a lot of powerful wolves. Are you accusing? I'm stating facts, Nikolai interrupted, which we're prepared to present to a full council of alphas, along with the wolf responsible for the severing, who's agreed to testify about everything she's done and everyone who knew about it. Varia stepped forward, and several of Evander's wolves gasped. They could sense what she was, something old and wrong and powerful beyond normal pack dynamics. I am Varia, the old woman said. Her voice carried the weight of centuries. Last of the unbonded. And I have crimes to answer for. The council convened 3 days later in Silver Crest's Great Hall. Every alpha in the northern region attended, along with their betas and key advisors. The tension was thick enough to taste. Rumors had been flying about Thornridge's discovery, about ancient magic and conspiracy, about alphas who'd known the truth and done nothing. Oriva stood before them all, plain and unremarkable in her simple clothes, and told the truth. She told them about her mother's investigation, about the pattern of bond severing, about Varia and the Thornwood Veil and 3 centuries of accumulated rage against a system that had stolen wild wolves' freedom. And she told them about the alphas who'd known. Hadrien had known Iskira was close to exposing the truth, had sent her into a trap to silence her. Alpha Cassius of Rivermist had noticed the bond deterioration in his own pack, but hidden it to avoid appearing weak. 3 other alphas had actively ignored evidence because addressing it would have required admitting their packs were failing. The hall erupted in shouting. Denials and accusations flew. Hadrien stood and demanded proof, claimed Oriva was lying out of spite. And Oriva simply touched the bonds. She let her gift show every wolf in that hall the truth of their connections. Let them feel the sickness that had been killing them slowly. Let them sense the places where Varia's power had torn through their relationships like a blade. But she also showed them the healthy bonds. The connections built on genuine care rather than political necessity. Let them feel the difference between love freely given and obedience enforced through magical compulsion. By the time she finished, the hall was silent. Counselor Duran stood, his ancient face grave. Alpha Hadrien, he said formally, did you knowingly send Iskira Thorn into danger to prevent her investigation from proceeding? Hadrian's face was pale. He looked around at the assembled alphas, seeing no support. She was chasing shadows. Destabilizing pack morale with paranoid theories. I made a judgment call for the good of Shadowpine. You sent her to die, Duran said flatly. To cover up your own weakness as an alpha. That's not judgment. That's murder. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. After 3 hours of deliberation, the council reached its verdict. Hadrien was stripped of his position and exiled from Shadowpine. Cassius and 2 other alphas faced similar punishments for their negligence. The packs they'd led would be restructured under new leadership, with explicit laws requiring transparency about bond health. And Varia, the old woman, stood before the council, awaiting judgment for 300 years of destruction. Death would be just, Counselor Duran said. For the wolves you've killed, the packs you've damaged, the pain you've caused. Varia nodded. I accept whatever judgment you decree. But Oriva stepped forward. There's another option. The council turned to her. Let her live, Oriva said. Not free, not unpunished. But let her use her knowledge of bond magic to help us rebuild what she destroyed. Let her teach me and others with similar gifts how to identify bond damage, how to repair it, how to prevent future sabotage. She met Varia's eyes. Let her choose to heal instead of hurt for whatever time she has left. The council deliberated again. Finally, Duran spoke. Varia of the Unbonded, you are sentenced to life in service. You will work under Oriva Thorn's supervision to repair the damage you've caused. You will teach what you know to those with the gift to use it properly. And you will wear bonds, voluntary ones, for the first time in 300 years. This is your penance. Do you accept? Varia's eyes were wet. I accept. And so it began. The reconstruction of the Northern Pacts. The slow, painful work of identifying corrupted bonds and either healing them or consciously choosing to sever them and rebuild from scratch. The establishment of new laws governing alpha authority, requiring consent and transparency in pack leadership. It would take years, maybe decades, and it wouldn't be perfect. Systems built over centuries didn't transform overnight. But it was a start. Oriva returned to Shadowpine one last time to collect her belongings and say goodbye to her father. Ciro stood in his forge, hammer in hand, looking older than she remembered. You're leaving, he said. It wasn't a question. Thornridge has offered me a place, Oriva said. Training new wolves with bond gifts. Learning to use mine properly. And she smiled slightly. Nikolai asked me to stay. As what? I'm not sure yet, Oriva admitted.
Partner, maybe. Ally.
Something more than pack member, but less than mate. We're figuring it out. Your mother would be proud, Ciro said quietly. Of what you've accomplished. Of who you've become. I wish she could have seen it. She did, Ciro said. He pulled something from his apron, a letter, yellow with age. She left this for you. Made me promise to give it to you when you were ready. I think you're ready now. Oriva took the letter with trembling hands. Inside, in her mother's familiar handwriting. My dearest Oriva, if you're reading this, I'm gone. And you've discovered the truth about bonds, about the sickness, about everything I tried to protect you from knowing too soon. I'm sorry I can't be there to guide you. Sorry you have to carry this burden alone. But I'm not worried. You're stronger than I ever was. Braver. And you have something I lost along the way, the ability to see the good in bonds without being blind to their flaws. The bond system is broken, my love. But bonds themselves, real bonds, built on choice and care, and the conscious decision to stand with someone even when it's hard, those are sacred. Protect them. Heal them. And never stop believing that connection matters, even when the world tries to convince you otherwise. You're going to do extraordinary things. I know this because you're already extraordinary. My beautiful, fierce, unbreakable daughter. I love you. Always. Mama. Oriva read the letter 3 times before carefully folding it and placing it in her mother's journal. Then she hugged her father, gathered her few possessions, and walked out of Shadowpine for the last time. Nikolai waited at the territory border, his black wolf form unmistakable even in the gathering dusk. Ready? He asked, shifting to human form. Oriva looked back at the pack that had never understood her, at the forge where she'd grown up feeling broken, at the life she'd thought would always define her. And she smiled. Yes, she said. I'm ready. They shifted together and ran toward Thornridge, toward new challenges and uncertain futures, and the slow, difficult work of rebuilding something better from the ashes of corruption. But they ran together. And that made all the difference. Chapter 6. Thornridge territory smelled like winter and wild things. Oriva had been living there for 2 weeks, and she still wasn't used to the difference. Where Shadowpine had been controlled forests and carefully managed hunting grounds, Thornridge was raw wilderness barely touched by civilization. The pack house wasn't a grand structure like Silver Crest's palace. It was a collection of cabins built into the mountainside, connected by covered walkways and heated by natural hot springs that bubbled up from deep underground. It should have felt foreign, uncomfortable. Instead, it felt like coming home. You're thinking too loud again, Maria said, dropping onto the bench beside Oriva. The younger wolf had appointed herself Oriva's unofficial guide to Thornridge customs, which mostly involved teaching her how to survive the pack's brutal training regimen. What's bothering you? I don't know if I belong here, Oriva admitted. She was sitting outside her assigned cabin, watching pack members move through their evening routines. Every wolf here is so confident, strong. They know exactly who they are and where they fit.
And you don't?
I spent 19 years being Shadowpine's problem. 2 weeks isn't enough time to figure out who I am without that identity. Mireia laughed. You're Oriva Thorn, daughter of a legend. Wolf who exposed the greatest conspiracy in pack history. The only living shifter who can heal bonds. She bumped Oriva's shoulder. I'd say you know exactly who you are. You just don't know what to do with it yet. Before Oriva could respond, a commotion erupted near the main lodge. Raised voices, the sound of furniture scraping across wood, the unmistakable growl of wolves on the edge of shifting. Training dispute, Mireia said with a sigh. Happens every few days. Thornridge wolves are passionate.
Come on.
This should be entertaining. They arrived to find 2 wolves circling each other in the lodge's central space. One was Silas, a massive gray wolf who served as Nikolai's head enforcer. The other was a newcomer, a young male with copper-red fur and eyes that burned with barely controlled rage. I don't take orders from cowards, the newcomer snarled. His accent marked him as Southern Region, possibly Stoneclaw. You sent scouts into my territory, stole 3 of my pack members, and now you expect me to bow to your alpha's authority? We didn't steal anyone, Silas said calmly, though his posture radiated readiness for violence. We offered sanctuary to wolves whose bonds were being destroyed by their alpha's negligence. They chose to come. You poisoned them against their pack. We showed them the truth about their bonds. The newcomer lunged, shifting mid-leap into a wolf easily as large as Silas. They collided in a tangle of fur and fangs, crashing through tables and sending pack members scrambling for safety. Should we stop this? Oriva asked. Probably, Mireia said, making no move to intervene. But Nikolai usually lets these things run their course. Thornridge believes in settling disputes through combat when words fail. It's brutal but honest. Oriva watched the fight escalate, saw blood beginning to stain fur, and felt her gift flare involuntarily. The bonds in the room were going wild, pack members choosing sides, loyalties shifting, connections straining under the weight of conflict. But it was the newcomer's bonds that caught her attention. They were shredded, not by various magic or deliberate sabotage, but by prolonged neglect and abuse. This wolf had been suffering for months, maybe years, his connection to his original pack so corrupted it was causing him physical pain to maintain them. No wonder he was angry. He was drowning in damaged bonds and blaming Thornridge for making him aware of the agony. Stop, Oriva said quietly. No one heard her over the sounds of combat. Stop. She pushed power into the word, and every bond in the room suddenly became visible, silver threads connecting every wolf, pulsing with the emotions flowing through them. The fight froze. Silas and the newcomer separated, both staring at the web of light that had materialized in the air around them. What is this? The newcomer gasped. The truth, Oriva said, stepping forward. She focused on his bonds specifically, making them brighter, more visible. This is what's really hurting you. Not Thornridge's interference. Your own pack's failure to maintain healthy connections. The newcomer stared at his bonds, saw the rot, the corruption, the places where they'd been twisted into tools of control rather than genuine relationship. His legs buckled. I can't. He shifted back to human form, revealing a young man barely older than Oriva herself. His hands were shaking. I can't go back, can I? If these bonds are this damaged, if I try to return to Stoneclaw, you'll go rogue within weeks, Oriva finished gently. The bonds are too far gone to heal while you're still connected to the source of the damage. She knelt beside him. But you have options. You can sever them completely and start fresh. Or you can let them dissolve naturally while building new bonds here in Thornridge. And if I don't want new bonds? The young man asked bitterly. If I'm tired of being chained to packs that only care about my usefulness, then don't build them, Oriva said simply. Stay in bonded, if that's what you choose. Thornridge won't force connection on anyone. That's a lie, the newcomer said. Every pack forces bonds. That's how the system works. Not here, Nikolai said, emerging from the shadows at the back of the lodge. Oriva hadn't even noticed him watching. Thornridge offers bonds to those who want them. But we don't require them. We have 3 unbonded wolves living in our territory right now, contributing to pack life, without formal connection.
Why?
The newcomer demanded. Why would you allow that? Unbonded wolves are dangerous. Unbonded wolves who've been forcibly severed are dangerous, Nikolai corrected. Wolves who choose to remain unbonded are just different. And difference isn't a crime. The young man looked between Nikolai and Oriva, confusion and hope warring on his face. I don't understand. What kind of pack are you? The kind that's trying to be better than what came before, Nikolai said. Imperfectly. With a lot of mistakes along the way. But we're trying. He offered his hand. I'm Nikolai, Alpha of Thornridge, though we're working on making that title mean something other than absolute authority. What's your name? Riven, the young man said, accepting the hand hesitantly. I was from Stoneclaw. My Alpha increased training quotas to dangerous levels, started punishing wolves who couldn't keep up by weakening their bonds. When your scouts came through talking about Sanctuary, You saw a way out, Nikolai finished. And you took it. That took courage. It felt like cowardice, Riven said quietly. Leaving an abusive situation is never cowardice, Oriva said. She let her gifts show him something else, the healthy bonds in Thornridge, the way they pulsed with genuine care rather than obligation. This is what bonds can be when they're not weaponized. You deserve to experience that. Riven's eyes filled with tears. I don't even know who I am without the pain anymore. Then, maybe it's time to find out, Maria said gently, speaking for the first time. Welcome to Thornridge, Riven. We're all a little broken here, but we're figuring out how to make broken into something beautiful. Over the following days, Oriva found herself working with more wolves like Riven. Refugees from other packs, fleeing bond corruption and alpha abuse. Some wanted their damaged connections healed. Others wanted them severed cleanly so they could start fresh. A few chose to remain and bonded entirely, contributing to Thornridge's community without formal ties. And with each wolf she helped, Oriva's understanding of her gift deepened. She learned that bonds could be shaped, not just seen. That she could take a corrupted connection and rebuild it from scratch, creating something stronger and healthier than the original. That she could even facilitate bond formation between wolves who'd never been formally tied to a pack, giving them the choice of connection without the compulsion. It was exhausting work. Each healing drained her energy, left her trembling and weak. But it was also the most meaningful thing she'd ever done. You're going to burn yourself out, Varia warned one evening. The old woman had been living in Thornridge as well, serving her sentence by teaching Oriva the deeper mysteries of bond magic. You're giving too much of yourself. Using your life force to patch holes that aren't yours to fill. What else am I supposed to do? Oriva asked. Let them suffer? You're supposed to teach them to heal themselves, Varia said. Bond magic isn't meant to create dependency on a single healer. It's meant to empower every wolf to maintain their own connections. I don't know how to teach that. Because you're still learning it yourself, Varia said. She pulled out an ancient text, its pages yellow and brittle. Your mother understood something that took me 3 centuries to grasp. Bonds are living things. They grow, they change, they require active maintenance from both parties. You can facilitate healing, but the real work has to come from the wolves themselves. Then, what's the point of my gift? To show them what's possible, Varia said. To hold space while they do the hard work of choosing each other. You're not a healer, child. You're a mirror, reflecting truth so clearly that wolves can't ignore it anymore. That night, Oriva was summoned to Nikolai's private quarters. She'd been in his space before for strategy meetings and training sessions, but never alone like this. The room was surprisingly sparse for an alpha, just a bed, a desk covered in maps and correspondence, and shelves lined with books that looked ancient and well-loved. Nikolai stood by the window, his silhouette outlined by moonlight. He didn't turn when she entered. Is something wrong? Oriva asked. I had a message from the High Council, Nikolai said. His voice was carefully neutral. They want me to bring you back to Silver Crest. Formally recognize your gift as a regional resource. Put you under council authority for the good of all packs. Oriva's blood went cold. They want to control me. They want to use you, Nikolai corrected, finally turning to face her. They see what you can do, how many wolves you've helped, and they want to weaponize that ability. Send you to packs experiencing bond issues. Make you available to alphas who'll use your gift to reinforce their authority rather than empower their wolves. What did you tell them? That I'd present their offer to you, Nikolai said. And abide by whatever choice you made. You didn't refuse outright? Nikolai moved closer, and Oriva could see the conflict in his silver eyes. I want to. Every instinct I have says to tell the council to go to hell and keep you here where you're safe. But that would be me making the same mistake every other alpha makes. Deciding what's best for you without letting you choose. So you're actually giving me a choice, Oriva said. Always, Nikolai said. His voice dropped lower. You're not my pack member to command, Oriva. You're not my resource to manage. He paused, seeming to struggle with the words. You're my partner. My equal. And equals don't make decisions for each other. Something in Oriva's chest tightened. When did that happen? When did I become your partner? The moment you pulled 20 wolves from freezing water, Nikolai said. The moment you stood before the High Council and told the truth even though it could have gotten you killed. The moment you offered Varia redemption instead of revenge. He reached out, his hand hovering near her face, but not quite touching. You've been my equal since the beginning. I'm just finally admitting it. Oriva's breath caught. What are we doing here, Nikolai? Building something new, he said. Something that doesn't fit the old categories of alpha and pack member, leader and follower. Something that might work or might fail spectacularly. His thumb brushed her cheek. I don't have a roadmap for this. Don't have centuries of tradition to guide me. I just know that when I'm with you, I feel like the wolf I was meant to be instead of the alpha everyone expects. And what wolf is that? One who chooses connection over control, Nikolai said. One who believes power should serve wolves, not the other way around. His forehead touched hers, the gesture achingly gentle. One who's falling in love with a blacksmith's daughter and doesn't have the sense to be terrified. Oriva's world tilted. You can't, we barely. I know, Nikolai said. It's too fast. Too complicated. You're still figuring out who you are outside of Shadowpine, and I'm trying to rebuild an entire pack structure from the ground up. The timing is terrible. But I'm tired of denying what I feel, he said. Your mother taught me that bonds are choices. So I'm choosing you, Oriva. Not as my subordinate or my tool or my obligation, but as my partner. My equal. The wolf I want standing beside me when we inevitably make more mistakes trying to fix this broken system. Oriva should have said no. Should have pointed out all the logical reasons why this was a terrible idea. But her gift was showing her something that made logic irrelevant. The bond forming between them. It wasn't like pack bonds, with their hierarchies and obligations. It wasn't like the twisted connections Varia had spent centuries destroying. It was something new entirely built on conscious choice, on mutual respect, on the radical decision to see each other fully and choose connection anyway. It was what her mother had meant when she said bonds were sacred. I'm choosing you too, Oriva whispered. And then she kissed him. The kiss started gentle but quickly deepened, weeks of tension and unspoken feelings pouring out in the space between breaths. Nikolai's hands tangled in her hair, and Oriva could feel the bond between them blazing brighter, strengthening with each heartbeat. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard. The council, Nikolai said, his voice rough. You still need to answer them. Tell them no, Oriva said. Tell them I'm staying in Thornridge. That I'll help any wolf who comes here seeking healing, but I won't be their weapon. They won't like that. I don't care, Oriva said. I spent 19 years trying to make Shadowpine accept me. I'm done contorting myself to fit other people's expectations. If the council wants my help, they can ask nicely and accept whatever boundaries I set. Nikolai's smile was fierce and proud. Your mother would be so proud of you. I hope so, Oriva said quietly, because I'm about to make a lot of powerful wolves very angry. Good, Nikolai said, pulling her close again. Let them be angry. We'll face it together. And for the first time since discovering her gift, since learning the truth about her mother, since stepping into a role she'd never asked for, Oriva felt genuinely happy. Not because she'd found easy answers or perfect solutions, but because she'd found a place where her broken pieces fit with someone else's broken pieces to create something whole. Outside, Thornridge wolves were settling in for the night. Refugees found shelter beside pack members, and bonded wolves shared meals with those who wore formal bonds. And somewhere in the complex web of relationships that made up the pack, new connections were forming every day. It wasn't perfect, wasn't the utopia her mother had dreamed of, but it was better than what came before. And that was enough to build on. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The council's displeasure. More damaged wolves seeking healing. The slow, grinding work of transforming pack culture one bond at a time. But tonight Oriva allowed herself to simply be a wolf who'd found her pack, a daughter honoring her mother's legacy, a healer learning to trust her gift, and a woman falling in love with the alpha who saw her as an equal. The moon rose full and bright over Thornridge, calling to every wolf in the territory. And one by one, they answered with howls that spoke of belonging, of choice, of bonds forged through conscious decision rather than magical compulsion. Oriva joined her voice to theirs, and felt the future opening before her like a path through wilderness. Uncertain, difficult, beautiful, and entirely her own choice. Chapter 7. The council's response arrived 3 days later, delivered by a messenger who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Oriva Thorn, the young wolf said, his voice shaking slightly as he stood before Nikolai's desk. The High Council formally requests your presence in Silver Crest within the fortnight. They wish to discuss terms of service for the betterment of all northern packs. Requests or demands? Nikolai asked, not looking up from the report he was reading. The messenger swallowed hard. The letter says requests alpha. But Councillor Duran was very clear that refusal would be poorly received. Tell Councillor Durand that Oriva will consider his request, Nikolai said, and respond in her own time.
Dismissed.
After the messenger fled, Oriva moved from where she'd been standing by the window. They're not going to let this go, are they? No, Nikolai said. You're too valuable, too dangerous to leave unsupervised. They'll keep pushing until you either submit or they find a way to force compliance. Then we need to make it clear that forcing compliance isn't an option, Oriva said. She felt the familiar anger stirring in her chest, but it was different now. Controlled. Purposeful. I won't be their tool. I know, Nikolai said. But we need to be strategic about this. The council has power. Armies. The ability to make Thornridge's existence very difficult if we openly defy them.
So, what do you suggest?
That we give them something they want, Nikolai said.
Just not what they expect.
He pulled out a map showing all the northern territories. You heal bonds. The council wants access to that healing. So we offer it on your terms. What terms? You travel to packs that request your help, Nikolai said. But you're not assigned by the council. You choose which requests to answer based on genuine need rather than political importance. You work with wolves, not alphas. And most importantly, he met her eyes. You always have the right to refuse. No matter who's asking. They'll never agree to that. They might, Nikolai said, if the alternative is having no access to you at all. He leaned back in his chair. The council knows they can't control you through force. Not with your gift, not with Thornridge's protection, and definitely not with half the northern region watching to see how they handle the wolf who exposed their corruption. So they'll negotiate. Reluctantly, but they'll do it. And if they don't, then we deal with the consequences, Nikolai said. Together. Before Oriva could respond, Maria burst through the door without knocking. We have a problem, she announced. A big one. What kind of problem? Nikolai asked, already on his feet. The kind where 3 packs just showed up at our border demanding entry, Maria said. Stoneclaw, River Mist, and Shadowpine. They're not armed for war, but they're also not exactly friendly. And they all want to talk to Oriva. Oriva's stomach dropped. Shadowpine. Her former pack, now led by Beta Hadrien after Hadrien's exile. She hadn't spoken to any of them since leaving. What do they want?
She asked.
That's the interesting part, Maria said. They say they're here to apologize. The three delegations waited in Thornridge's main clearing, kept separated by Nikolai's enforcers to prevent any territorial disputes. Oriva could see Hadrien standing with the Shadowpine wolves, his expression grave but determined. Alpha Theron of Stoneclaw looked uncomfortable, flanked by guards who kept their hands conspicuously away from weapons. And leading River Mist was a woman Oriva didn't recognize, young, perhaps 30, with auburn hair and sharp green eyes.
Who's that?
Oriva asked quietly as she and Nikolai approached. Alpha Aloan, Nikolai said. She took over River Mist after Cassius was exiled. From what I hear, she's been cleaning house, severing corrupted bonds, rebuilding pack structure from the ground up.
He paused. She's also been asking about you.
The three leaders stepped forward as Oriva and Nikolai reached the center of the clearing. Alpha Nikolai, Hadrien said formally, inclining his head. Thank you for receiving us. We know this is irregular. Irregular is one word for it, Nikolai said. 3 packs arriving unannounced tends to make people nervous. We're not here for conflict, Alpha Theron said. He was an older wolf, gray-haired and weathered, with eyes that had seen too much violence. We're here to speak with Miss Thorn. With her permission. All eyes turned to Oriva. She could feel her gift activating involuntarily, showing her the bonds of every wolf present. Shadowpine's connections were still damaged, but healing slowly under Hadrien's more careful leadership. Stoneclaw's bonds were stable but brittle, held together through strict discipline rather than genuine care. And River Mist. River Mist's bonds were transforming. Aloan had been systematically identifying corrupted connections and rebuilding them with her pack's consent. It was crude work, done without a healer's touch, but it was honest.
Real.
I'll hear you, Oriva said finally, but separately. 1 pack at a time. And my alpha stays with me. Agreed, Hadrien said immediately. The other 2 nodded. Shadowpine came first. Hadrien stood before Oriva in Nikolai's study, looking older than she remembered. The weight of leadership sat heavy on his shoulders, visible in the way he held himself. I won't insult you with excuses, he said without preamble. We failed you, Oriva. I failed you. For 19 years, I watched Hadrien twist our pack bonds into tools of control. Watched him punish wolves for showing independent thought. And I did nothing. You were Beta, Oriva said. Your job was to support the Alpha. My job was to protect the pack, Hadrien corrected. Including from our own Alpha, when necessary. He met her eyes. Your mother knew that. She came to me 3 months before she died, told me what she'd discovered about the bond sickness. Asked me to help her investigate. And I told her she was imagining things, Hadrien said, his voice rough with shame. Told her to let it go, to trust Hadrien's judgment. When she died, he stopped, swallowing hard. I convinced myself it was tragic, but unrelated to her theories. Easier to believe that than face the fact that I'd sent her to her death through my own cowardice. Why are you telling me this now? Because Shadowpine is dying, Hadrien said bluntly. Even with Hadrien gone, the damage he did to our bonds runs too deep. We're losing wolves to rogue transformation every week. Pack cohesion is fracturing. And I don't know how to fix it. So you want my help, Oriva said. I want to offer you a choice, Hadrien corrected. Shadowpine was your home, however poorly we treated you. If you want to return, to help us rebuild properly this time, you would be welcomed. Honored. He paused. And if you want nothing to do with us, if the wounds are too deep for healing, I'll accept that too. But either way, I needed to say this. Needed to apologize for failing your mother. And for failing you. Oriva felt something in her chest loosen. Not forgiveness, not yet. But the possibility of it. I'm not coming back to Shadowpine, she said quietly. That part of my life is over. But she let her gift show her Hadrien's bonds, saw the genuine remorse threaded through them. I can send someone to help. A wolf I've been training in bond healing. If your pack agrees to work with them, to actually address the corruption honestly instead of hiding it, we'll do whatever it takes, Hadrien said. I swear it. Then we have an accord, Oriva said. She extended her hand, and Hadrien took it. His relief was palpable. Your mother would be proud of who you've become, he said softly. I hope you know that. I'm learning to believe it, Oriva replied. Alpha Theron of Stoneclaw was more direct. I'm not here to apologize, he said as soon as they were alone. I didn't actively harm you, or your mother. But I was aware of the bond sickness in my territory and chose to handle it through stricter discipline rather than investigating the cause. That was wrong. At least you're honest about it, Nikolai observed. I'm too old to waste time on pretty lies, Theron said. He looked at Oriva. I've been Alpha of Stoneclaw for 40 years. Built our pack on the principle of strength through adversity. When wolves started going rogue, I assumed they were weak, unworthy of their bonds. It never occurred to me that the bonds themselves might be compromised. And now I've lost 37 wolves to rogue transformation in the last year, Theron said grimly. 37 strong, capable pack members who should never have fallen to isolation madness. And I finally understand that strength without connection is just violence wearing a different name. What do you want from me? Oriva asked. I want to hire you, Theron said bluntly. Stoneclaw has resources.
Wealth.
Territory. I'll pay whatever price you name if you'll come to my pack and teach us what real bonds should look like. Teach my wolves how to maintain connections without the corruption that's been killing us. I don't work for hire, Oriva said. And I don't serve alphas. Then don't serve me, Theron said. Serve the wolves suffering under my outdated leadership. Help me transform Stoneclaw from a pack built on dominance into one built on genuine respect. He paused. Your mother tried to warn me once. I dismissed her. I won't make that mistake with her daughter. Oriva studied him through her gift, seeing the rigid bonds of his pack. Seeing also the genuine desire to change, however awkwardly expressed. I'll visit Stoneclaw, she said finally. Not as your employee. As an independent healer assessing whether your pack is ready for the work required. If I determine your wolves genuinely want to change, not just following orders to change, then I'll help. On my terms. Fair enough, Theron said. He stood and offered his hand. You drive a hard bargain, Miss Thorn. I learned from the best, Oriva said, thinking of her mother. Alpha Aloan of Rivermist was the most surprising. The young woman sat across from Oriva with a kind of casual confidence that suggested someone comfortable in her own skin. Her bonds were unlike any alpha Oriva had seen, distributed rather than centralized, shared among her pack's leadership rather than concentrated in one wolf. You're doing it differently, Oriva said, fascinated. The alpha bond. You've dispersed it somehow. I rejected the traditional structure, Aloan said. When I took over Rivermist after Cassius was exiled, I realized that concentrating all that power in one wolf was what enabled his corruption. So I created a council of equals. We share alpha responsibilities, make decisions collectively, and the pack bonds reflect that distribution. That shouldn't be possible, Nikolai said, leaning forward. Alpha bonds require a singular focal point. That's foundational pack magic. Apparently not, Aloan said with a slight smile. Or maybe it's just that no one's tried to challenge that assumption in centuries. She looked at Oriva. I've been studying your mother's journals. The ones Belindra preserved. Iskira theorized that pack structures could be radically reimagined if we stopped treating bond formation as immutable law and started treating it as flexible magic subject to conscious design. You're experimenting, Oriva realized. Using your entire pack as a laboratory for bond reformation. With their consent, Aloan emphasized. Every wolf in Rivermist chose this structure. Chose to be part of something new and potentially unstable. Some have left because they preferred traditional hierarchies, and I wish them well. But those who stayed, she smiled. We're discovering that there are many ways to be pack. Why are you here? Oriva asked. You're clearly not asking for help in the same way the others are. I'm here to offer partnership, Aloan said. You're trying to heal bonds, one wolf at a time. I'm trying to restructure them at a systemic level. Imagine what we could accomplish working together. Sharing knowledge, experimenting with different models, proving to the northern region that the old ways aren't the only ways. You want to revolutionize pack culture, Nikolai said slowly. I want to evolve it, Eloan corrected. The current system is dying. We can either cling to it until it collapses completely, or we can consciously build something better to replace it. She leaned forward. I'm choosing to build. The question is whether you'll join me. Oriva and Nikolai exchanged glances. This was bigger than healing individual bonds. This was about transforming the fundamental nature of pack society. What would this partnership look like? Oriva asked carefully. Knowledge exchange, Eloan said. You teach me the mechanics of bond healing. I share what I'm learning about alternative pack structures. We visit each other's territories regularly, learn from successes and failures, build a network of packs willing to try new approaches. And when the traditional alphas push back, Nikolai asked, because they will, then we stand together, Eloan said. Multiple packs experimenting with reform are harder to dismiss than one eccentric alpha everyone can ignore. She smiled. Safety in numbers. Strength in diversity. Novel concepts for wolves who've been taught that uniformity equals stability. I like her, Maria announced from where she'd been listening by the door. She's sneaky, but honest about being sneaky. That's refreshing. Oriva couldn't help but laugh.
All right, she said to Eloan. Partnership.
But we established clear boundaries about what we're each willing to risk. Absolutely, Eloan agreed. I'm revolutionary, not reckless. They spent the next hour drafting terms. By the time the 3 delegations departed, Oriva had committed to visiting 4 packs over the next 3 months, training 2 assistants in bond healing and collaborating with Eloan on a comprehensive study of alternative pack structures. You just agreed to revolutionize wolf society, Nikolai observed after everyone had left.
Casually.
Over the course of one afternoon. I'm my mother's daughter, Oriva said. Apparently we don't do anything small. That night, Oriva stood in the hot springs that fed Thornridge's heating system, letting the mineral-rich water ease muscles she hadn't realized were tense. The stars blazed overhead, unobscured by the concerns of councils and politics and the weight of expectations she hadn't asked to carry. She heard Nikolai approach before she saw him, his footsteps familiar now. Room for one more? He asked. Always, Oriva said. He slipped into the water beside her, and they sat in comfortable silence for a long moment. Are you sure about this? Nikolai asked finally, taking on this much responsibility. You've only had your gift for a few weeks. I'm not sure about anything, Oriva admitted. But my mother spent her whole life trying to fix bonds from within a system designed to resist change. Maybe the answer isn't fixing the old system. Maybe it's building new ones. And if it fails, if we make everything worse, then we fail trying to make things better, Oriva said. That's still preferable to succeeding at maintaining something broken. Nikolai pulled her closer, and Oriva let herself lean into his warmth. When did you become so wise? Somewhere between pulling wolves from frozen lakes and kissing arrogant alphas, Oriva said. It's been a strange few months. It's about to get stranger, Nikolai warned. The council won't like what we're building. Traditional alphas will see it as a threat. We're going to face opposition from every established power structure in the region. Good, Oriva said. Her mother's fierce determination burned in her chest. Let them oppose us. We'll show them what wolves can be when they choose connection over control. She thought about the 3 packs who'd come seeking her help. About Riven and the other refugees finding home in Thornridge. About Varia, learning slowly to value bonds again after 3 centuries of destroying them. About Eloan, reimagining pack structure from the ground up. Change was coming to the northern region. Slow, messy, imperfect change. But change nonetheless. And Oriva Thorn, the blacksmith's daughter who never fit anywhere, was standing at the center of it all. Not because she was special or chosen or destined, but because she'd made a choice. To pull drowning wolves from frozen water. To stand up for truth even when it was dangerous. To believe that broken things could be rebuilt into something stronger. The same choices her mother had made. The same choices that had gotten Askira killed. But Oriva wasn't alone the way her mother had been. She had Nikolai, had Thornridge, had a growing network of wolves who believed that the future could be different from the past. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Building new pack structures, healing old wounds, facing down the established powers who would resist every step of progress. But tonight, under stars that had witnessed centuries of wolf history, Oriva allowed herself to hope. For a world where pack bonds were choices instead of chains. For a future where wolves could define their own paths. For the possibility that her mother's dream of true connection might finally be within reach. The water rippled around them as Nikolai pressed a kiss to her temple. "Ready for this?" he murmured. Oriva smiled, fierce and bright.
"No," she said.
"But I'm doing it anyway." And that was all the answer they needed. Chapter 8. Winter arrived early in the northern region, bringing snow that transformed the landscape into something harsh and beautiful. Oriva had been traveling between packs for 6 weeks now, and every territory presented new challenges. Shadowpine's bonds were healing slowly under the guidance of Belindra. The young wolf Oriva had trained in basic bond work. Stoneclaw resisted change even as they claimed to want it, their rigid hierarchies fighting against every attempt at reform.
And Rivermist.
Rivermist was thriving in ways that made traditional alphas deeply uncomfortable. But it was the letter waiting for her when she returned to Thornridge that changed everything. Nikolai handed it to her without comment, his expression grim. The seal was unfamiliar, not the High Council, not any pack she recognized. Oriva broke the wax and unfolded the parchment. To the wolf who sees bonds. "You don't know me, but I know you. Know what you can do. Know that you're trying to heal what others have broken. I'm writing because I need your help. My name is Calyx, and I lead a community of wolves who exist outside pack structure entirely. We're not rogues. We maintain our sanity through different means, older means. But something is happening to us. Our bonds, the connections that keep us stable without traditional pack magic, are failing. We're dying, Miss Thorn.
And we don't know why."
If you truly believe in choice, in wolves finding their own paths, then come to the Silverwood Reach. Help us understand what's destroying us before we lose everything we've built. The location is marked on the enclosed map. Come alone, or don't come at all. We've learned not to trust packs. Calyx. Oriva studied the map that had been folded with the letter. The Silverwood Reach was deep in neutral territory, at least 8 days' travel from Thornridge. "Alone," Nikolai said flatly. "Absolutely not." "It's not your decision," Oriva replied, but her tone was gentle. "This is exactly the kind of situation I need to handle independently. Wolves who don't trust packs won't open up if I arrive with an alpha escort." "You don't know anything about these people," Nikolai pressed. "They could be rogues using a clever story to lure you into a trap. Or they could be wolves genuinely suffering, trying something different from pack structure," Oriva countered. "Either way, I need to find out." "Then I'm coming with you," Nikolai said. "I'll stay hidden, maintain distance, but I won't let you walk into unknown danger without backup." Oriva wanted to argue, wanted to prove she could handle this alone. But she also wasn't foolish enough to ignore legitimate concerns about safety. "You stay out of sight unless I signal otherwise," she said. "And if these wolves are genuine, if they truly have found a way to exist outside traditional pack structure, you don't interfere." "Agreed," Nikolai said. "But I'm bringing Mireia and Silas as well. Safety in numbers." They left 3 days later, after Oriva finished her scheduled work in Stoneclaw. The journey took them through territory that grew increasingly wild, increasingly remote. They saw signs of rogues, territorial markings, the remains of kills made by wolves who'd forgotten pack hunting protocols. But they encountered no direct threats. On the 7th day, they reached a valley that shouldn't have existed. It was hidden between 2 mountains, accessible only through a narrow pass that looked natural but felt deliberately crafted. And in that valley, a village, Mireia breathed. An actual wolf village. It was unlike anything Oriva had ever seen. Stone buildings arranged in a circular pattern around a central green space. Wolves moving between structures in both human and shifted form, working together with easy familiarity. And the bonds. They don't have pack bonds, Oriva whispered, her gift showing her something extraordinary. They have. She struggled to find words. Individual connections. Like friendship bonds but stronger. Deliberately maintained through choice rather than magical compulsion. That should be impossible, Nikolai said. Wolves need pack structure to resist rogue transformation. Apparently not, Oriva said, echoing Aloan's words about her experimental pack structure. Look at them, Nikolai. They're stable, healthy, living entirely outside the system we thought was necessary. A figure emerged from the largest building, a woman perhaps 40 years old, with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that held ancient wisdom. She moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to leadership without needing to dominate. You must be Oriva Thorn, the woman said. Her voice was rich and warm. I'm Calyx. Thank you for coming. Your letter said you were dying, Oriva said without preamble. But your bonds look healthier than most packs I've seen.
Come inside, Calyx said.
What I need to show you is better demonstrated than explained. Nikolai started to follow, but Calyx raised a hand. The Alpha and his guards wait here, she said firmly. This conversation is for the Bond Seer only. Nikolai's jaw tightened, but Oriva placed a hand on his arm.
It's all right, she said.
I can handle this. If you're not back in 2 hours, then you can storm the village and rescue me, Oriva finished. But I don't think that's going to be necessary. Inside, Calyx's home was comfortable and lived in. Books lined every wall, and maps covered a large central table. But what caught Oriva's attention was the woman sitting by the fire, young, perhaps 20, with copper-red hair and eyes that held too much pain for her age. This is Lenara, Calyx said. She's been part of our community for 3 years. And she's dying. Oriva approached carefully, letting her gift activate. What she saw made her blood run cold. Lenara's bonds, the individual connections that tied her to other community members, were unraveling. Not being severed like various victims, but dissolving. Fading like they'd never been properly anchored. When did this start? Oriva asked. 2 months ago, Lenara said, her voice weak. I woke up one morning and couldn't feel them anymore. The connections to my chosen family. They're still there. I can see that people care about me. But I can't. I can't hold on to the feeling. It's happening to 12 of our wolves, Calyx said grimly. All of them joined the community within the last 5 years. The older members, those of us who've been here longer, remain stable. But the newcomers are losing their ability to maintain non-pack bonds, Oriva finished. She knelt beside Lenara, studying the deteriorating connections with growing concern. This is different from what Varia did. Different from normal bond corruption. It's like the magic itself is rejecting them, Calyx said. Punishing them for choosing a path outside traditional pack structure. Magic doesn't punish, Oriva said. But it does have rules. Patterns. She focused harder on Lenara's bonds, looking for the source of the deterioration. Where did you come from originally? What pack? Rivermist, Lenara said. I left 2 years before Alpha Cassius was exiled. Couldn't stand the corruption anymore. And the other 11 suffering wolves? All former pack members, Calyx confirmed. Which is why I fear this is some kind of inoculation. As if being part of a traditional pack leaves a mark that prevents wolves from successfully forming other types of bonds. Or, Oriva said slowly, a terrible possibility forming in her mind. Someone is actively preventing wolves from leaving pack structure, sabotaging their ability to thrive outside of it. Who would do that? Calyx demanded. Who benefits from forcing wolves into traditional packs? Traditional alphas, Oriva said. Anyone whose power depends on the current system remaining unchallenged. She looked at Calyx. How many wolves live in this community? 73, Calyx said. We've been building this alternative for 20 years, proving that wolves don't need pack hierarchy to survive. We're a threat to every alpha who claims their authority is necessary for wolf sanity. Which makes you a target, Oriva said. She stood and paced to the window. If word got out that wolves could thrive outside pack structure, it would undermine every alpha's claim to power. They need you to fail. But how would they sabotage us? Calyx asked. We're isolated. We trade with nearby human settlements for supplies, but we avoid pack territories entirely. You said the affected wolves all joined recently, Oriva said, her mind racing. Within the last 5 years. What changed 5 years ago? Calix's expression shifted as realization dawned. 5 years ago, we started accepting wolves directly from packs. Before that, we only took in rogues we'd successfully rehabilitated. But as our success became known, pack wolves started seeking us out. And someone decided to stop that, Oriva said, by ensuring that pack wolves who tried to leave couldn't maintain alternative bonds. She turned to Lenara. When you left Rivermist, did you undergo any kind of exit ritual? Formal bond severing? Lenara nodded. Alpha Cassius insisted on it. Said it was to protect the pack from my contamination. He had his bond worker perform the severance personally. Who was the bond worker? A wolf named Aurelia, Lenara said. She'd been with Rivermist for decades. Very powerful. Very loyal to Cassius. Oriva's gift flared, and suddenly pieces clicked into place. She could see it now, not just the deterioration in Lenara's bonds, but the deliberate sabotage woven into the severance itself. A poison pill planted during the formal separation, designed to activate years later and prevent the formation of stable alternative connections. Your bond severance was weaponized, Oriva said. Aurelia didn't just cut your ties to Rivermist. She damaged your ability to form any deep bonds outside pack structure. She looked at Calix. I'd bet anything the other 11 suffering wolves went through similar exit rituals in their original packs. Calix's face had gone pale. That's a systematic conspiracy. Multiple packs coordinating to prevent wolves from successfully leaving. It's worse than that, Oriva said grimly. It means bond workers across the northern region have been weaponizing their skills to maintain pack supremacy. And they've been doing it for at least 5 years.
Can you fix it?
Lenara asked desperately.
Can you heal what they did to me?
Oriva knelt beside her again, examining the damaged bonds with her gift. I can try, she said. But this is complex magic. Deliberately malicious. It's going to take time and energy, and I can't guarantee success. Please, Lenara whispered. I can't go back to pack life. Can't submit to an alpha's authority after tasting freedom. But I also can't survive alone. You won't be alone, Calix said firmly, taking Lenara's hand. Whatever happens, we'll find a way to support you. Oriva spent the next 6 hours working on Lenara's bonds. It was the most difficult healing she'd ever attempted. The sabotage was woven into the very fabric of Lenara's connection capacity, designed to resist external manipulation. Every time Oriva thought she'd found the source of the poison, it shifted, adapted, fought back. She could feel her own energy, depleting dangerously. Could sense Nikolai's concern through their own bond, knew he was fighting the urge to burst in and drag her away from this work. But she kept going. Because this wasn't just about healing one wolf. It was about proving that escape from pack structure was possible. That the alphas who wanted to maintain their power through fear and limitation could be challenged. Finally, as dawn light began filtering through the windows, something shifted. The poison in Lenara's bonds released. The deterioration halted. And slowly, carefully, Oriva began weaving new connection pathways that would allow the young wolf to maintain her chosen bonds without the vulnerability the sabotage had created. When she finished, Oriva collapsed. She woke in a comfortable bed with Nikolai sitting vigil beside her. How long? She croaked. 18 hours, Nikolai said. His face was drawn with worry. You nearly killed yourself, Oriva. Calix said your heart stopped twice during the healing. But it worked, Oriva said. I can feel it. Lenara's bonds are stable now. At what cost? Nikolai demanded. You can't burn yourself out like this every time you encounter difficult bond work. I know, Oriva admitted. But I had to prove it could be done. Had to show that the sabotage isn't permanent. And you did, Calix said from the doorway. She entered carrying a tray with soup and bread. Lenara is stable. Her bonds are forming properly. For the first time in months, she has hope. She set the tray on a bedside table. You gave her that. Gave all of us that. The other 11, Oriva said, struggling to sit up. I need to heal them too. Not today you don't, Nikolai said firmly.
Today you rest.
Tomorrow we discuss how to address the systematic sabotage you've uncovered. And the day after that, maybe if you're recovered, we consider next steps. He's right, Kalik said. What you've discovered, it's bigger than individual healing. This is evidence of a coordinated effort to prevent wolves from choosing alternative lifestyles. We need to expose it. Carefully, Oriva said, because the bond workers involved are probably taking orders from their alphas. This goes all the way to the top of pack power structures. Which is why we need allies, Kalik said. She looked between Oriva and Nikolai. I know you're trying to reform pack structure from within, and I respect that. But what if we work together? Traditional packs and alternative communities united against the forces trying to maintain control through sabotage and fear? You want a coalition, Nikolai said slowly. Packs and non-packs standing together. I want wolves to have choices, Kalix corrected. Real choices. Not the illusion of choice with sabotage, waiting for anyone who tries to leave. She met Oriva's eyes. Your mother tried to expose bond corruption within pack structure. You're expanding that work to include all wolves, regardless of how they choose to live. Together, we could actually succeed where she couldn't. Oriva thought about her mother's journal. About Iskira's dream of bonds built on genuine choice. About the wolves suffering because powerful interests wanted to limit their options.
We'll need proof, she said.
Testimonies from the affected wolves. Evidence of the bond workers who performed the sabotage. Documentation of which alphas ordered it. We can provide the testimonies, Kalik said. And I have contacts in other alternative communities who've experienced similar issues. If we coordinate, we could build an unassailable case, Nikolai finished. One that even the High Council couldn't ignore. They'll fight back, Oriva warned. This threatens the entire foundation of Alpha Authority. Let them fight, Kalik said. Her smile was fierce. We've been surviving in the margins for 20 years. It's time to step into the light and demand recognition. Over the next 3 days, Oriva healed the other 11 wolves suffering from sabotaged bonds. Each healing drained her, but she was learning to pace herself, to draw on her own reserves more carefully. And with each success, the evidence of systematic sabotage grew stronger. Mireia took testimonies from every affected wolf, documenting when they'd left their original packs, who had performed their bond severances, and what had happened afterward. Silas coordinated with Kalix's people to identify other alternative communities experiencing similar problems. And Nikolai drafted a formal complaint to present to the High Council. By the time they left the Silverwood Reach, they had 17 testimonies, evidence implicating bond workers in 6 different packs, and proof of a conspiracy that had been operating for at least a decade. This is going to cause chaos, Nikolai said as they traveled back toward Thornridge. You understand that, right? We're accusing multiple alphas of deliberately sabotaging wolves who tried to leave their packs. Good, Oriva said. Let there be chaos. Maybe chaos is what's needed to break the old systems. You sound like your mother, Nikolai observed. I'll take that as a compliment, Oriva said. When they reached Thornridge, Varia was waiting with news of her own. The old woman looked older than usual, her expression grave. While you were gone, she said, I received a message from the High Council. They're calling an emergency session. Mandatory attendance for all alphas and key bond workers. About what? Nikolai asked. Varia said, looking at Oriva. They want to discuss the regulation of bond healing. Establish formal rules for who can practice it and under what circumstances. They want to control me, Oriva said flatly. They want to control anyone with your abilities, Varia corrected. But yes, you're the primary target. If they can establish council authority over bond healing, they can prevent you from working with alternative communities. Can limit your ability to expose sabotage. When is this session? Nikolai demanded. 2 weeks, Varia said. In Silver Crest. And Oriva, if you don't attend, they've authorized your arrest for practicing unsanctioned magic. So we're out of time, Oriva said. No, Nikolai said, his silver eyes gleaming with strategic calculation. We're exactly on time. He spread out the evidence they'd gathered. We wanted to present this to the council anyway. Now they've given us a formal venue. He looked at Oriva. They think they're controlling the narrative. Let's show them what happens when the narrative fights back. Oriva felt her mother's fierce determination rising in her chest.
2 weeks, she said.
We have 2 weeks to prepare the most devastating case against alpha corruption the Northern region has ever seen. Calyx sent word that alternative communities across the region would send representatives. Aloan confirmed that River Mist would testify about their own experiences with bond sabotage. Even Hadrien from Shadowpine quietly pledged support, admitting that Hadrien had ordered similar exit rituals during his reign. The stage was set. In 2 weeks, Oriva would stand before the High Council and every alpha in the northern region. She would present evidence of systematic sabotage. She would demand accountability. And she would force the wolves in power to choose, evolve, or be exposed as the corrupt system her mother had died trying to reform. The snow fell heavier as winter deepened its grip on the land. But in Thornridge, surrounded by allies and evidence, and the growing certainty that change was coming whether the alphas liked it or not, Oriva felt warm, ready, and absolutely terrifying to anyone who stood in the way of wolves choosing their own paths. Her mother's work was far from finished, but Oriva was going to see it through, no matter what it cost. Chapter 9. The High Council chamber in Silver Crest had never held so many wolves. Oriva stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by 50 alphas and their advisors, dozens of bond workers, council members in their formal robes, and representatives from communities that most pack wolves pretended didn't exist. The air was thick with tension and the competing sense of territorial wolves forced into close proximity. This is a trial, Maria had whispered before they entered. They're going to try to destroy you. Let them try, Oriva had replied. Now, facing Councillor Duran's ancient gaze and the hostile stares of alphas whose power she threatened, Oriva felt the weight of what she was about to do. Not just defend herself, but attack the very foundations of pack authority. Her mother had tried this and died for it. But her mother had been alone. Oriva had an army. Order, Councillor Duran called, his voice cutting through the murmurs. This emergency session of the High Council is now convened. We are here to address the matter of unregulated bond healing and to establish proper oversight of such practices. He looked directly at Oriva. Miss Thorn, you stand accused of practicing advanced bond magic without council sanction, of interfering in pack internal affairs without alpha permission, and of encouraging wolves to abandon their rightful packs. How do you answer these charges? Oriva stepped forward, her voice clear and steady. I answer that your charges are a distraction from the real crime being committed across the northern region. And I'm here to present evidence of that crime. This is not a forum for counter-accusations, an alpha shouted from the assembly. A woman Oriva recognized as Alpha Sorrel of Northwood Pack. You're here to answer for your actions, not deflect. I'm here to tell the truth, Oriva said. Whether you want to hear it or not. Nikolai stood from where he'd been seated with the other alphas. I move that we hear Miss Thorn's evidence before proceeding with charges against her. The matters are related. Seconded. Aloan said immediately. Councillor Duran studied them both. Very well. Miss Thorn, you have 1 hour to present your case. Use it wisely. Oriva nodded to Maria, who began distributing documents to the council members and alphas. These are testimonies from 17 wolves across 6 different packs, Oriva said. All of them left their original packs to join alternative communities. And all of them experienced the same pattern, formal bond severance performed by their pack's bond worker, followed months or years later by the inability to maintain stable connections outside pack structure. Wolves who leave their packs often struggle, Alpha Sorrel said dismissively. That's why pack bonds exist. To provide stability. These wolves weren't struggling, Oriva countered. They were thriving in their new communities. Until the sabotage activated. Sabotage is a serious accusation, Councillor Duran said. What proof do you have? Oriva gestured to Lenara, who stepped forward nervously. This is Lenara, formerly of River Mist Pack. She left 3 years ago to join the Silverwood Reach community. When she left, Alpha Cassius ordered a formal bond severance performed by his bond worker, Aurelia. Cassius was exiled for corruption. Another alpha interrupted. His actions don't implicate the rest of us. Aurelia is still practicing in Rivamist, Oriva said, under the new leadership. And she's not alone. She looked around the room. 6 bond workers, across 6 different packs, all performing the same ritual, all planting the same poison in wolves who chose to leave. The room erupted in shouting. This is outrageous. You're accusing respected bond workers of conspiracy. Where's your proof? Oriva let her gift activate. The bonds in the room became visible to everyone, silver threads connecting wolves to their packs, to each other, to their alphas. But more importantly, the corrupted bonds became visible too. The places where power had been twisted, where connection had become control. And in Lenara's bonds, before Oriva had healed them, everyone could now see the deliberate sabotage. The poison woven into her severance, designed to activate later and prevent stable alternative connections. The chamber went silent. That's Alpha Theron of Stoneclaw stood, his face pale. That's weaponized bond magic. If bond workers have been doing this, they've been preventing wolves from successfully leaving pack structure, Oriva finished. Ensuring that anyone who tries to choose an alternative path fails. Forcing them to either return to their packs or go rogue. Why would bond workers do this? A younger alpha asked. What do they gain? They follow orders, Calyx said, stepping forward. The leader of Silverwood Reach wore simple traveling clothes, but she carried herself with quiet authority. Bond workers serve their alphas. If their alphas ordered them to sabotage departing wolves, they would comply. That's a baseless accusation, Alpha Sorrel snapped. You have no proof that alphas ordered this. Actually, Varia said, rising from her seat in the back, we do. The ancient woman moved to the center of the room, her presence making even the most powerful alphas shift uncomfortably. I spent 300 years destroying bonds, she said. I know weaponized magic when I see it. And I know that bond workers don't develop such techniques independently. She pulled out a weathered journal. This belonged to a bond worker named Kellen, who served Northwood Pack 40 years ago. He documented receiving direct orders from his alpha to ensure that departing wolves couldn't thrive outside pack structure. Give me that, Alpha Sorrel demanded, reaching for the journal. Varia held it out of reach. It describes the exact technique used on these 17 wolves. The same poison. The same delayed activation. The same goal. Maintaining pack supremacy by eliminating alternatives. This proves nothing about current practices, Sorrel said, but her voice had lost its confidence. Then let's test it, Eloan said. She stood and addressed the council. Let's examine every bond worker in the northern region. Have Miss Thorne assess their techniques. See how many are using weaponized severance methods. That would take months, Councillor Duran said. Then we have months, Eloan countered. Unless the council would rather ignore systematic sabotage because investigating it is inconvenient. The council members exchanged glances. There's a simpler solution, Nikolai said. He moved to stand beside Oriva. Establish new regulations that require bond severances to be performed transparently. With witnesses. With the departing wolves' full understanding of what's being done to their connections. And with oversight from independent healers like Miss Thorne. You want to undermine alpha authority, Sorrel accused. Let outsiders interfere in pack affairs. I want to prevent the weaponization of bond magic, Nikolai corrected. And yes, that requires limiting what alphas can order their bond workers to do without oversight. The debate raged for hours. Some alphas defended the current system, arguing that pack stability required strong leadership and that wolves who left deserved whatever happened to them. Others, particularly younger alphas or those like Eloan who were experimenting with reform, supported Nikolai's proposals. But it was the testimony of the 17 affected wolves that shifted the room's energy. One by one, they stood and described their experiences. The hope of finding freedom outside pack structure. The joy of building chosen families in alternative communities. And then the slow horror of feeling their new bonds dissolve, of facing the choice between going rogue or crawling back to the packs they'd escaped. By the time the last wolf finished speaking, even the most resistant alphas looked uncomfortable. I move, Councillor Duran said finally, that we establish a commission to investigate bond working practices across all northern packs. This commission will have authority to examine techniques, interview bond workers, and recommend sanctions for those found to be using weaponized magic. Who would lead this commission? Alpha Sorrel asked suspiciously. Oriva Thorn, Duran said. As the only wolf with both the gift to see bond manipulation and the independence from pack politics to investigate fairly. Absolutely not, Sorrel said. She's biased against traditional pack structure. She's the only one we can trust to tell the truth, Hadrien said, speaking up for the first time. The new Shadow Alpha's voice carried weight. My predecessor ordered exactly the kind of sabotage being described. I've found documentation of it in his records. If we want to root out this practice, we need someone who can't be pressured by Alpha authority. The vote was close. 27 Alphas in favor, 23 against. But it passed. Oriva was officially appointed to lead the Bond Working Oversight Commission, with authority to investigate any pack in the northern region. The regulations she'd feared were turned into tools for accountability. After the session adjourned, Oriva found herself surrounded by wolves wanting to speak with her. Some offering support, others veiled threats, many just confused about what had happened. Nikolai extracted her from the crowd and led her to a quiet courtyard. You just became one of the most powerful wolves in the northern region, he said. Not through alpha authority or pack bonds, but through sheer moral credibility. How does that feel? Terrifying, Oriva admitted. She sat on a stone bench, suddenly exhausted. I don't want power. I just want wolves to have choices. Sometimes getting one requires accepting the other, Nikolai said. He sat beside her. You're going to face opposition. Sabotage. Possibly assassination attempts from alphas who see you as a threat. I know. And you're still going to do this. I'm my mother's daughter, Oriva said. She died trying to expose corruption. I'm not going to waste the platform she never got to have. Then let me help, Nikolai said. Thornridge's resources are yours. My enforcers are territory, whatever you need. This can't be seen as Thornridge's initiative, Oriva said. If it looks like one pack pushing reform, the others will resist. It has to be independent. Then I'll support you independently, Nikolai said. As your partner, not your alpha. Oriva leaned against him, drawing strength from his solid presence. When this is over, it's never going to be over, Nikolai said gently. Reform is ongoing work, not a destination. But we can build something good while doing it. They sat in comfortable silence as the sun set over Silver Crest. The next morning, Oriva met with Calyx and representatives from 4 other alternative communities. We need to formalize our alliance, Calyx said. Create a network that can support wolves choosing alternatives to traditional packs. The Free Communities Coalition, suggested Fenric, a grizzled wolf who led a community in the Eastern Mountains. We provide mutual aid, share resources, and present a united front when packs try to pressure our members. And we establish our own bond-working standards, Oriva added. Train healers who can work with alternative connection types. Prove that wolves don't need traditional pack structure to maintain sanity. Over the next 3 months, Oriva traveled constantly. She investigated bond workers in 12 different packs, finding evidence of weaponized techniques in 7 of them. She trained 6 new bond healers in alternative magic, wolves who could work with non-pack connections. She helped establish 3 new alternative communities, supporting wolves who wanted to build lives outside traditional hierarchy. And she continued healing. 1 wolf at a time, 1 damaged bond at a time, slowly proving that the system could change. But resistance was fierce. Alpha Sorrel orchestrated a campaign to discredit Oriva's work, spreading rumors that she was creating rogues, not healing wolves. 2 of the bond workers Oriva investigated disappeared before they could testify, their knowledge of weaponized techniques dying with them. And there were threats, anonymous letters describing in detail how Oriva's mother had died, suggesting the same fate awaited her daughter. You need to be more careful, Mireia said after the 3rd threat arrived. These aren't idle warnings. I know, Oriva said, but I can't let fear stop the work. Then at least let us increase your security, Mireia pressed. More guards. Limited public appearances. Basic precautions. Oriva agreed reluctantly. Not because she feared death particularly, her mother had faced worse and kept fighting. but because dying now would leave the work unfinished, and too many wolves were depending on its success. 6 months after the council session, Oriva received an unexpected visitor. A young wolf, no more than 16, arrived at Thornridge asking to speak with her. His name was Kalen, and he carried a letter from his mother. Oriva recognized the handwriting immediately. It was her mother's. "My mother knew your mother," Kalen said nervously. "They were friends. Best friends, actually. Before everything. Before my mother died," Oriva finished. She looked at the letter, almost afraid to open it. "My mother said to give this to you if you ever succeeded where Iskira couldn't," Kalen continued. "If you actually managed to challenge pack authority and survive. She said you'd know what it meant." Oriva opened the letter with shaking hands. "Dearest Oriva, if you're reading this, you've accomplished what I couldn't. You've exposed the corruption, survived the backlash, and started the work of real reform. I'm so proud of you. There's something I never told you about your mother. Something I couldn't risk anyone knowing while she was alive, and something I've kept secret since her death. Iskira wasn't just investigating bond corruption. She was building something bigger. A network of wolves across the entire northern and southern regions who believed the current system needed to change. Alphas who wanted to lead differently. Bond workers who refused to weaponize their magic. Wolves like me who supported reform from within traditional packs. We called it the Silent Alliance. And we were making progress until Hadrien discovered what Iskira was doing and had her killed. The Alliance didn't die with her. It went underground, waiting, hoping that someday someone would be strong enough and brave enough to finish what she started. That someone is you. The Alliance is ready to emerge from the shadows, ready to support your work openly, ready to help transform pack culture from the inside while you reform it from the outside. Kalen will connect you with our network. Trust him. Trust us. We've been waiting 19 years for Iskira's daughter to be ready. We've been waiting for you. With love and respect, Belindra." Oriva read the letter 3 times. "My mother was building a network," she said to Kalen. "A secret alliance of reformers. They're still active," Kalen confirmed. "Dozens of wolves across the region. Maybe hundreds. My mother leads the southern branch. There are others in the north, the east, even the west. They've been working quietly, supporting reform-minded alphas, protecting wolves who challenge the system, gathering evidence of corruption." "Why stay silent?" Oriva asked. "Why not work openly?" "Because openly challenging pack authority gets you killed," Kalen said bluntly. "Your mother proved that. But supporting reform quietly, planting seeds of change, helping from the shadows, that's survivable." He paused. "Until now. My mother thinks it's time to step into the light, to coordinate openly with you and the Council Commission, to make the Silent Alliance visible." Oriva's mind raced. A network of reformers across the entire region. Wolves already positioned within traditional packs, ready to support change from the inside. Combined with her own work and the alternative communities. "We could actually do this," she whispered. "We could actually transform the entire northern region." "And beyond," Kalen said. "The southern region has been watching. If we succeed here, they'll follow." Oriva looked at Nikolai, who'd been listening silently. "This changes everything. It gives us allies we didn't know we had," Nikolai agreed. "But it also means coordinating a much larger effort, managing dozens or hundreds of reformers, keeping the alliance secure while bringing it into the light."
Can you handle it?
Kalen asked Oriva. "My mother needs to know. The alliance has been patient, but they won't expose themselves unless they trust the leadership." Oriva thought about her mother. About 19 years of building something in secret, planting seeds that would bloom long after her death. About the faith Iskira must have had that her daughter would be strong enough to carry the work forward. "Tell Belindra yes," Oriva said. "Tell the alliance to emerge.
Coordinate with me."
She stood, her voice growing stronger. "Tell them that Iskira's daughter is ready to finish what her mother started." Kalen's smile was bright with relief. "I'll send word immediately." After he left, Oriva walked to the window and stared out at Thornridge's territory. "My mother wasn't just fighting alone," she said quietly. "She was building an army. And now that army is yours," Nikolai said, coming to stand beside her. Along with everything else you're carrying. Are you sure you're ready for this? No, Oriva admitted. But I'm doing it anyway. She pulled out her mother's journal, the one that had traveled with her through everything. Opened it to the last page, where Askira had written her final entry. The work is dangerous. The cost is high. But some things are worth dying for. Connection is worth dying for. Choice is worth dying for. A world where wolves can be free. That's worth everything. If I don't survive to see it, I pray my daughter will. Oriva traced her fingers over the words. I will, Mama, she whispered. I promise. The snow was falling again outside, transforming Thornridge into a landscape of white and silver. But spring would come eventually. It always did. And when it came, the northern region would be different. Changed by the work of one blacksmith's daughter who refused to accept that broken things couldn't be rebuilt. Changed by an alliance her mother had built in secret. Changed by wolves brave enough to choose connection over control. The revolution wasn't coming. It was already here. And Oriva Thorn stood at its center, carrying her mother's legacy forward into a future that neither of them could have imagined. But both of them had fought to create. Chapter 10. Spring arrived with the kind of violence that made even the oldest wolves nervous. The snow melted in torrents, flooding valleys and turning established paths into rivers of mud. But it was the political landscape that truly transformed, shifting so rapidly that alphas who'd held power for decades found themselves struggling to adapt. The silent alliance emerged from the shadows like wolves from winter dens. Oriva stood in Thornridge's great hall, surrounded by representatives from across the northern and southern regions. 53 wolves who'd been working quietly for reform, now ready to coordinate openly. Belindra sat at the head of the table, older but still sharp-eyed and fierce. For 19 years, we've worked in secret, Belindra said to the assembled group. Planting seeds of change, protecting reformers, gathering evidence of corruption. She looked at Oriva. Now, thanks to Askira's daughter, we have the platform to work openly. The platform comes with a target on her back, said Hadrien, a grizzled wolf from the southern regions. His scars spoke of decades of hard fighting. Every traditional alpha sees her as a threat. The Bond Working Commission, the alternative communities, and now this alliance. We're painting Oriva as the face of revolution. Then we make sure she's not alone, said Yvain, a young alpha from the Eastern Territories. She'd taken over her pack 3 years ago and immediately began reforming their bond structure. We coordinate, share the risk, make it clear that attacking Oriva means attacking all of us.
Noble sentiment, Hadrien said.
But are you really prepared for that? For war with the traditional powers? It won't come to war, Nikolai said. His silver eyes swept the room. The traditionalists are losing ground.
They know it.
That's why they're getting desperate. He gestured to a stack of reports on the table. In the last 6 months, 12 alphas have voluntarily implemented reforms. 8 alternative communities have been formally recognized. The council has sanctioned 14 bond workers for using weaponized techniques. And killed 2 investigators, Belindra added grimly. And orchestrated 5 assassination attempts against reformers. Let's not pretend this is bloodless. The room fell silent. Oriva stood, drawing all eyes to her. She'd learned over the past months that leadership sometimes meant being the voice that spoke uncomfortable truths. Belindra's right, she said. This isn't bloodless. It won't be. My mother died for threatening pack authority. Others have died since. More will die before we're finished. She met each wolf's gaze. But the alternative is allowing the current system to continue. Allowing alphas to weaponize bonds. Allowing wolves to suffer because they chose differently.
She paused.
I can't accept that. If you can, you should leave now. No one moved. Then we need to be smart, Oriva continued. The traditionalists are desperate, which makes them dangerous. But desperation also makes them sloppy. They'll make mistakes. We need to be ready to exploit those mistakes. What kind of mistakes? Yvain asked. Alpha Sorrel is pushing for a vote of no confidence in the council, Varia said from her position by the window. The ancient wolf had become Oriva's unofficial advisor, her 3 centuries of experience invaluable for navigating pack politics. She wants to remove Councillor Duran and replace him with someone more sympathetic to traditional power structures. That could undo everything we've accomplished, Hadrien said. Or it could expose how far the traditionalists are willing to go, Oriva countered. If Sorrel succeeds through legitimate political means, we adapt. But if she resorts to coercion or violence, we have evidence of corruption, Nikolai finished, and grounds for removing her from power. You want to bait her into making a mistake, Belindra said slowly. I want to force the traditionalists to show their true nature, Oriva corrected. Right now, they can claim they're defending pack stability and wolf sanity. But if they reveal themselves as power-hungry despots willing to hurt wolves to maintain control, public opinion turns against them, Yvain said with growing excitement. The moderate alphas who've been sitting on the fence will have to choose sides. It's risky, Hadrien warned. If Sorrel doesn't take the bait, we've wasted time and energy. If she does but succeeds anyway, we've handed her ammunition to use against us. Everything about this is risky, Oriva said. But doing nothing while the traditionalists consolidate power is riskier. The alliance voted. 38 in favor of Oriva's strategy, 15 against. The plan moved forward. Over the next month, Oriva deliberately made herself visible. She traveled to contested territories, healing bonds in packs where alphas were resisting reform. She gave public lectures about alternative pack structures, attended by hundreds of wolves curious about different ways of living. She even granted interviews to the traveling chroniclers who spread news between territories, speaking openly about her mother's work and the Silent Alliance's goals. Every appearance was calculated to provoke Alpha Sorrel into overreacting.
And it worked.
The first assassination attempt came during a healing session in Rivermist territory. Oriva was working with a young wolf whose bonds had been corrupted by his previous alpha when an arrow whistled through the open window. It would have struck her heart if Mireia hadn't tackled her aside at the last second. The assassin was caught fleeing the scene, a bond worker from Northwood Pack, Sorrel's territory. Under questioning, he claimed he'd acted alone, but his bonds told a different story. Oriva could see the connection to Sorrel, see the Alpha's orders written into the magical link between them. This is evidence, Eloan said as they examined the would-be assassin's confession. Direct proof that Sorrel ordered an attack on a council-sanctioned investigator. It's a start, Oriva said. But one assassin claiming he acted alone won't be enough to remove an Alpha from power. We need more. The second attempt came 3 weeks later, during a council meeting. Poison in Oriva's wine, subtle enough that most wolves wouldn't have noticed. But Varia had spent centuries studying methods of killing wolves, and she recognized the scent immediately. Don't drink that, the old woman said, snatching the cup from Oriva's hand. Testing revealed a toxin specifically designed to destroy bond-working ability. Not fatal, but crippling. The wolf who delivered the wine was traced back to Northwood Pack. Sorrel's getting sloppy, Nikolai observed. 2 attempts, both connected to her territory. She's losing patience. Or she's being set up, Belindra warned. We need to consider that someone else might be orchestrating this to make Sorrel look guilty. But investigation revealed that Sorrel had indeed ordered both attacks, convinced that eliminating Oriva would halt the reform movement. She'd underestimated how thoroughly the Silent Alliance had distributed leadership, making Oriva important, but not irreplaceable. The council called for Sorrel's immediate arrest. The Alpha of Northwood barricaded herself in her territory with her most loyal wolves, refusing to submit to council authority. This is it, Hadrien said grimly. He'd become one of Oriva's closest allies, using his position as Shadowpine's Alpha to push reform within the traditional power structure. She's forcing a confrontation. If the council backs down, they look weak. If they press forward, it could mean civil war. Then we offer a third option, Oriva said. We negotiate. You want to negotiate with someone who tried to kill you? Mireia asked incredulously. I want to give her a way out that doesn't involve bloodshed, Oriva corrected. She looked at the assembled alliance members. Sorrel's scared. She sees everything she's built, everything she believes in, crumbling. Desperate wolves make desperate choices. But if we can show her a path forward that doesn't require her destruction, She might take it, Belindra finished. It's worth trying. Oriva traveled to Northwood's borders under a flag of truce, accompanied only by Nikolai and Varia. Sorrel met them at the territory line, flanked by 20 enforcers. The Alpha looked older than Oriva remembered, worn down by months of fighting a losing battle against change. You have courage, I'll give you that, Sorrel said. Coming here after I tried to kill you. You were protecting something you love, Oriva said. I understand that. My mother taught me that love can drive wolves to terrible choices. Don't compare your mother to me, Sorrel snapped. Iskira was a radical who wanted to destroy pack structure. She was a reformer who wanted to heal it, Oriva corrected. Just like I am. Just like you could be. Sorrel laughed bitterly. You think I'd join your revolution? I think you're a wolf who's spent 40 years leading her pack, Oriva said. I think you genuinely believe traditional structure is necessary for wolf survival. And I think you're terrified that everything you've built is going to be destroyed. Because it is being destroyed, Sorrel said. Your alternative communities, your bond-healing reforms, your precious alliance. You're dismantling everything that's kept wolves civilized for centuries. We're offering choices, Oriva said. Not destruction. Wolves who want traditional pack structure can still have it. But wolves who want something different shouldn't be sabotaged or killed for making that choice. And you expect me to just accept that? Sorrel demanded. To surrender everything I believe in? I expect you to evolve, Oriva said. She stepped closer, aware of the enforcers tensing. You can fight this and lose everything, your position, your freedom, possibly your life. Or you can work with us. Help us design reforms that preserve what's good about traditional structure while eliminating the corruption. Why would you want my help? Sorrel asked. I tried to kill you. Because you're a strong alpha with decades of experience, Oriva said. Because your pack genuinely loves you, even if your methods are flawed. And because having you as an ally sends a powerful message that even the strongest traditionalists can change. Sorrel was silent for a long moment. What would this alliance look like? She finally asked. You submit to council authority, Oriva said. Face consequences for the assassination attempts. Probably lose your position as alpha, at least temporarily.
She paused.
But you work with us to reform Northwood from the inside. Help us understand what traditionalists fear about reform. And use your influence to convince other resistant alphas that change doesn't mean destruction. And if I refuse? Then the council will remove you by force, Nikolai said. Your most loyal wolves will fight and die defending you. Northwood will be left leaderless and vulnerable. And the reforms will happen anyway, just with more blood spilled. You're asking me to betray everything I am, Sorrel said quietly. I'm asking you to be more than you've been, Oriva countered. To be the leader your pack deserves. One who puts their well-being above your pride. The wind carried the scent of new growth, of spring transforming the landscape. Change was inevitable. The only question was whether they'd navigate it with wisdom or violence. Sorrel looked at her enforcers, at the territory she defended for 40 years, at the future she couldn't stop no matter how hard she fought. And she made her choice. I'll submit to the council, she said. On one condition. Name it, Oriva said. You heal Northwood's bonds, Sorrel said. All of them. I've spent decades holding my pack together through force and fear. If I'm going to step down, I want to leave them something better. I want them to have real connections. The kind that don't require an alpha's constant pressure to maintain. Oriva extended her hand.
Deal.
Sorrel's surrender sent shockwaves through the northern region. The strongest traditionalist alpha had submitted to council authority. Had acknowledged that reform was necessary. Had even requested bond healing for her own pack. Within 2 weeks, 7 other resistant alphas reached out to the Silent Alliance, asking about paths forward that didn't involve civil war. The tide was turning. Oriva spent 3 months working with Northwood Pack, healing bonds that Sorrel had twisted through decades of authoritarian leadership. It was exhausting work, complicated by the fact that many pack members had internalized the idea that harsh discipline equaled love. But slowly, painfully, Northwood began to transform. Sorrel faced a council tribunal for the assassination attempts. She pleaded guilty, was stripped of her alpha title, and sentenced to 10 years of service to the reform movement. using her experience to help other traditional packs navigate change. The wolf who replaced her as Northwood's alpha was young, progressive, and committed to building connection through choice rather than compulsion. You know, Sorrel said to Ariva during one of their final healing sessions, "I hated you when we first met. Saw you as everything wrong with modern wolves. Entitled, disrespectful of tradition, dangerous."
And now?
Ariva asked. "Now I think you're still dangerous," Sorrel said with a slight smile. "But in the way that all necessary changes are dangerous. You're forcing us to question assumptions we've held for centuries. To acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, we've been doing some things wrong. That must be difficult to accept." "You have no idea," Sorrel said. "But watching Northwood's bonds strengthen under this new structure, seeing my wolves genuinely happy instead of just obedient." She paused. "Your mother would be proud. Of all of this. Of you." "I hope so," Ariva said quietly. 1 year after the council session that changed everything, Ariva stood on a hill overlooking the territories she'd helped transform. 17 packs had implemented major reforms. 32 alternative communities had been formally recognized. The Silent Alliance had grown to include over 300 wolves across the northern and southern regions. And the Bond Working Commission had identified and sanctioned 43 practitioners of weaponized magic. It wasn't perfect. There were still resistant alphas, still wolves who preferred the old ways, still dangers and setbacks and moments when everything threatened to collapse. But it was progress. Real, measurable, undeniable progress. Nikolai found her there, as he always did when she needed time to think. Belindra sent word, he said, settling beside her. "The southern region wants to establish their own oversight commission. They're asking if you'd train their investigators." "That would mean more travel," Ariva said. "More time away from Thornridge." "I know," Nikolai said. "But it also means the work is spreading. That what you started here is becoming something bigger than any one region." "My mother dreamed of this," Ariva said. "Of wolves having real choices. Of bonds built on genuine connection instead of magical compulsion. I just wish she could see it." "She can," Nikolai said. He took Ariva's hand, and she felt the bond between them pulse with warmth. "Through you. Through everything you've accomplished. Through every wolf whose life is better, because you refuse to accept that broken things couldn't be fixed." Ariva leaned against him, drawing strength from his presence. "Do you ever wonder if we're doing the right thing?" she asked. "If maybe the traditionalists are right, and we're destabilizing something that was working well enough?" "All the time," Nikolai admitted. "Leadership means doubt, Ariva. The moment you stop questioning whether you're doing the right thing is the moment you've become the kind of alpha we're fighting against." "How do you live with the uncertainty?" "By trusting the wolves around me," Nikolai said. "By listening to the ones who've been hurt by the old system. And by remembering that doing nothing while wolves suffer is its own kind of evil." They sat together as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Tomorrow, Ariva would begin training the southern region's investigators. Would start the process of expanding reform beyond the northern territories. Would take another step toward the world her mother had died trying to create. But tonight, she let herself simply be. A daughter honoring her mother's legacy. A healer who'd learned to trust her gift. A revolutionary who discovered that the most radical act was choosing connection over control. And a wolf who'd finally found where she belonged. Not in any single pack or territory, but in the work itself. In the slow, grinding, beautiful process of making the world better for the wolves who had come after. Her mother had planted seeds in secret. Ariva was helping them grow into a forest. And someday, generations from now, wolves would live in the shade of those trees and never know how much blood and sacrifice and stubborn hope it had taken to plant them. That was enough. That was everything. The moon rose full and bright, calling to every wolf in the territories. And Ariva lifted her voice in answer, joined by Nikolai, by the wolves of Thornridge, by the members of the Silent Alliance scattered across the regions. Their hell spoke of change and hope and the unbreakable bonds forged through conscious choice. It was the sound of a revolution that had already won. Now they just had to build the world that came after. Together. Always together. Chapter 11. The attack came on the eve of the Southern Summit. Oriva was reviewing testimony from bond workers who'd agreed to speak about weaponized techniques when Mireia burst through the door, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead. Ambush, Mireia gasped. 20 wolves. Maybe more. They hit the Eastern Patrol. Killed 3 of ours before we could regroup. Who? Nikolai demanded, already moving toward the armory. Don't know, Mireia said. No pack scent. No identifying marks. Professional killers who knew exactly where our patrols would be. Inside information, Oriva said, her blood running cold. Someone in Thornridge betrayed us. Or someone in the Alliance, Nikolai said grimly. We shared patrol routes with the security team for the summit. Any of them could have leaked it. The sound of fighting erupted outside. Howls of pain and rage echoed through Thornridge's central compound. Oriva's gift flared involuntarily, showing her the bonds of every wolf in the territory. And there, among the familiar connections, she saw something that made her stomach drop. Severed threads.
Dozens of them.
Someone was actively cutting bonds during the attack, trying to trigger rogue transformations in the defenders. They brought a bond breaker, Oriva said. This isn't just an assassination attempt. They're trying to destroy Thornridge from the inside. Then we end this quickly, Nikolai said. He shifted mid-stride, his massive black wolf form filling the hallway. Mireia, get Oriva to the safe room. I'm not hiding while my people fight, Oriva protested. You're the target, Nikolai growled. If they take you, everything we've built falls apart. Now move. Before Oriva could argue, an explosion rocked the building. The western wall collapsed in a shower of stone and timber, and through the gap poured wolves in human form carrying weapons Oriva had never seen, blades that glowed with sickly green light, designed to cut magical bonds as easily as flesh. Oriva recognized the magic. Ancient. Forbidden. The kind that required blood sacrifice to forge. These weren't just mercenaries. They were bond hunters, specialists trained to destroy wolf magic at its source.
Run.
Nikolai roared, throwing himself at the nearest attackers. Mireia grabbed Oriva's arm and dragged her toward the back passages. Behind them, the sounds of combat intensified. Screams. Snarls. The wet sound of blades meeting flesh. Oriva's gift showed her Thornridge's bonds shredding under the assault. She could feel pack members losing their connections, feel the panic as wolves who'd relied on those bonds for stability suddenly found themselves isolated. They were creating rogues. Deliberately. Turning Thornridge's own wolves against them. I have to stop this, Oriva said, pulling free from Mireia's grip. I have to repair the bonds before we lose everyone to madness. You'll be killed, Mireia said desperately. Those weapons can cut your magic. One strike, and you're just another target. Then I'll be fast, Oriva said. She shifted and ran back toward the fighting, ignoring Mireia's shouts of protest. Her wolf form moved with desperate speed through corridors she knew by heart, following the pull of severing bonds. She found the bond breaker in the central hall. He was young, perhaps 25, with dead eyes and hands that moved with surgical precision. Each gesture severed another connection, another thread that held Thornridge together. Around him, wolves who'd been defenders moments ago were succumbing to isolation madness, their eyes going wild as pack bonds dissolved. Oriva launched herself at him, without hesitation. The bond breaker turned, faster than she'd anticipated, and his blade sliced through the air where her throat had been a heartbeat before. She twisted mid-leap, felt the weapon's edge graze her shoulder, and the pain was unlike anything she'd experienced. The blade didn't just cut flesh. It cut magic. She felt her gift recoil, wounded, pieces of her bond sight fragmenting under the weapon's assault. But she didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Too many wolves were depending on her. Oriva's jaws closed on the bondbreaker's wrist. Bone crunched. The blade fell. And in that moment of advantage, she drove him to the ground and tore out his throat. It was brutal, necessary, and it left her shaking with revulsion at what she'd become capable of. But the bond stopped severing. Oriva shifted back to human form, pressing her hand to the wound on her shoulder. Blood flowed freely, and with it, She could feel her gift bleeding too. Pieces of her ability to see bonds draining away. No, she whispered.
Not now. Not when they need me.
She forced her gift to activate despite the damage, pushed past the pain to see the devastation around her. 17 wolves in the hall alone, their bonds completely severed, eyes wild with rogue madness. And more throughout Thornridge, dozens of wolves losing themselves to isolation. Oriva had minutes, maybe less, before they became unrecoverable. She reached for the nearest wolf, a young male she recognized as one of Nikolai's scouts. His name was Riven, the same wolf who'd come to Thornridge fleeing Stoneclaw's abuse. He'd finally found stability, found family, and now he was drowning in the absence of connection. Hold on, Oriva said, placing her hands on his chest. Just hold on. She poured her gift into him, weaving new bonds to replace the ones the breaker had severed. But each thread she created pulled more life from her wounded magic. She was bleeding energy faster than she could regenerate it. 1 wolf healed. 16 still suffering. The wound on her shoulder blazed with agony as she moved to the next wolf. Her vision swam. Her hands shook. But she kept working. 2 wolves healed. 15 remaining. Somewhere in the distance, she heard Nikolai's anguished howl. Heard him fighting his way toward her, cutting through attackers with savage efficiency. But he was too far away. Couldn't reach her in time. 3 wolves healed. 14 left. Oriva's legs buckled. She collapsed beside the 4th wolf, a female whose name she couldn't remember through the haze of pain and exhaustion. The woman's bonds were completely gone, her wolf spiraling into madness. I'm sorry, Oriva gasped.
I'm so sorry.
I can't. Then Varia was there. The ancient woman knelt beside Oriva, placing gnarled hands over hers. I can't heal bonds, Varia said quietly. But I can lend you strength. Use my life force. Take what you need. That could kill you, Oriva said. I've lived 300 years, child, Varia said. Most of it causing the very damage you're trying to repair. If I die helping you save these wolves, that's a better ending than I deserve. Before Oriva could protest, Varia's energy began flowing into her. Ancient power, corrupted by centuries of destroying bonds, but still potent. Oriva felt her gift stabilize, the bleeding slow. 4 wolves healed. 13 remaining. Other wolves arrived. Belindra, who could hear the songs of bonds. Eloan, whose experimental pack structure gave her insights into connection magic. Even Calyx from Silverwood Reach, who'd been at Thornridge for the summit. They couldn't heal bonds themselves. But they could anchor Oriva, could lend their strength, could hold space while she worked. 8 wolves healed. 9 left. Nikolai reached her, his black fur matted with blood that wasn't his own. He shifted to human form and pulled her against his chest, his own bond with her pulsing with desperate energy. Don't you dare die, he said roughly. Don't you dare leave me. Not planning on it, Oriva managed. But I need you to be my anchor. Keep me grounded while I finish this. 12 wolves healed. 5 remaining. The wound on Oriva's shoulder had stopped bleeding physically, but the magical damage was growing worse. She could feel her gift fragmenting, pieces of her bond sight breaking off like ice from a glacier. She was losing the ability that defined her, the power that had let her expose corruption and heal the northern region. But 5 wolves still needed her. 15 healed.
2 left.
Oriva's vision was going dark around the edges. She could barely see the bonds anymore, could only feel them through touch and instinct and sheer desperate will. 16 healed. 1 remaining. The last wolf was a child. Couldn't have been more than 10. He'd been playing in the compound when the attack started, had gotten caught in the bond breaker's assault purely by accident. His bonds were gone. His young wolf was drowning in isolation. And Oriva had almost nothing left to give. Please, she whispered to whatever gods might be listening. Please let me save this one. She placed her hands on the child's chest and gave everything she had left. Every scrap of power. Every fragment of her gift. Every piece of herself that could be spared. The child's bonds were formed. Strong and healthy and whole. And Oriva's gift shattered completely. She felt it break. Felt the ability to see bonds, to heal them, to touch the magical threads that connected wolves, felt all of it splinter into pieces too small to recover. The price of saving 17 wolves was the power that had let her save thousands. Oriva collapsed into Nikolai's arms, unconscious before she hit the ground. She woke 3 days later in Thornridge's healing ward. The first thing she tried to do was activate her gift, to see the bonds of the wolves around her bed. Mireia, keeping vigil. Belindra, reading quietly. Varia, older and frilier than before but alive. Nothing happened. The gift was gone.
Completely.
As if it had never existed. You're awake, Mireia said, relief flooding her voice. She gripped Oriva's hand. Thank the gods. We thought we'd lost you. The attack? Oriva's voice was rough from disuse. Repelled, Mireia said. We lost 9 wolves. 37 injured. But we drove them off. Captured 2 alive for questioning.
Who sent them?
That's complicated, Belindra said, setting aside her book. The captured attackers claim they were hired by a coalition. 7 traditional alphas who decided that removing you was the only way to stop the reforms. 7 alphas, Oriva repeated. Are they being arrested? The council is investigating, Belindra said carefully. But without your gift to prove conspiracy through bond evidence, it's become a matter of testimony and politics. Oriva understood immediately. Without her ability to see and prove the magical connections between conspirators, the case would stall. The alphas would claim the attackers were lying, would use their influence to avoid consequences. My gift, she said quietly. It's gone, isn't it? Not just damaged.
Gone.
The silence that followed was answer enough. You saved 17 wolves, Varia said finally. 17 who would have gone rogue without your intervention. That's worth any price. Even the price of the only thing that made me useful to the reform movement? Oriva asked bitterly. You're more than your gift, Nikolai said from the doorway. He'd been listening, his expression carved from stone. You're the wolf who exposed systematic corruption, who built the Silent Alliance, who convinced even traditional alphas that change was necessary. Your gift was a tool, Oriva. Important, powerful, but still just a tool. You are so much more. Oriva wanted to believe him, but all she could feel was the absence where her gift had lived, the silence where she'd once heard the songs of bonds connecting every wolf she met. She was just Oriva now. No longer the bondseer. No longer the healer who could repair what others had broken. Just a wolf with a crooked nose and too many scars and nothing special to offer a world that needed miracles. The wound is healing, Belindra said gently, as if reading Oriva's thoughts. The magical damage to your gift. Varia, and I have been monitoring it. In time, with rest, some capacity might return. Some capacity, Oriva repeated. Not all of it. Probably not, Belindra admitted. That weapon was designed to permanently damage bond magic. The fact that you survived it all is extraordinary. But I'll never be what I was. No, Belindra said. But you might become something different. Something that doesn't require magical sight to be valuable. Oriva closed her eyes, exhausted despite having slept for 3 days. She didn't want to be something different. Didn't want to adapt to this new limitation. She wanted her gift back. Wanted the certainty of knowing bonds through magic rather than having to trust ordinary perception. But the universe didn't care what she wanted. Rest, Nikolai said, moving to sit beside her bed. We'll deal with the aftermath of the attack. Deal with the conspirators. Deal with all of it. You just focus on healing. And then what? Oriva asked. When I'm healed but still powerless, what use am I to the movement? Nikolai's silver eyes caught the lamplight. You really don't know, do you? He said quietly. Don't understand that you changed the northern region not through magic, but through courage. Through refusing to accept that broken things couldn't be fixed. Through standing up to alphas when every instinct told you to submit. That was when I had power to back up my defiance, Oriva said. No, Varia interrupted. That was who you've always been. Long before you discovered your gift. She leaned forward. You saved 20 wolves from drowning before you knew you could see bonds. You exposed Hadrien's corruption before you'd trained as a healer. You built the Silent Alliance through leadership and conviction, not magical ability. Her ancient eyes were knowing. The gift amplified what you already were. It didn't create it. Oriva wanted to argue. Wanted to explain that without her gift, she was just an angry wolf with a dead mother and too many opinions. But exhaustion pulled her back under before she could form the words. When she woke again, Nikolai was asleep in the chair beside her bed, his hand still holding hers. Through their bond, the one personal connection she could still feel without magical sight, she sensed his worry, his fear of losing her, his absolute conviction that she was more than her gift. Maybe he was right, or maybe he was just a wolf in love, seeing her through the distortion of emotion rather than reality. Either way, Oriva would have to find out. Would have to discover who she was without the power that had defined her for the past year. Would have to prove that Oriva Thorn mattered beyond her ability to heal bonds. The question was whether she could, and whether the reform movement would survive if she couldn't. Outside, dawn was breaking over Thornridge. A new day beginning despite the attack, despite the losses, despite everything that had been broken. Oriva watched the light creep across the floor and made a choice. She would heal, would recover, would find a way to continue the work even without her gift. Because her mother hadn't had bond sight, had fought and died using nothing but courage and conviction. If Iskira could change the world without magic, so could her daughter. The thought was terrifying, but also somehow freeing. For the first time in a year, Oriva wasn't defined by what she could do. She was just herself. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. Chapter 12. Recovery was slower than Oriva expected, and more painful than she wanted to admit. Not the physical wounds. Those healed within weeks, leaving only a silvery scar on her shoulder where the bond-breaker's blade had struck. It was the absence that ached. The silence where her gift had once sung. Every time she looked at a wolf and saw only ordinary features instead of the glowing web of bonds, she felt the loss like a fresh wound. "You're brooding again," Maria said, dropping onto the bench beside her. They were in Thornridge's training yard, watching younger wolves practice combat forms. "It's been 2 months, Oriva. At some point, you have to accept what happened and move forward." "I know," Oriva said. She did know, intellectually. But knowing and accepting were different things. "The Southern Summit is in 3 days," Mireia continued. 200 wolves are expecting you to speak about reform. To lead. You can't do that if you're still mourning what you've lost. "Maybe they should find a different leader," Oriva said quietly. "Someone who can actually see bonds. Someone useful." Mireia grabbed Oriva's face, forcing her to make eye contact. "Listen to me very carefully," she said, her voice hard. "You are not useless. You never were. And if I hear you say that again, I'm going to punch you in that crooked nose your stepsister gave you." Despite everything, Oriva laughed. "That's your solution? Violence?" "It's worked so far," Mireia said. She released Oriva's face but kept her gaze steady. "You want to know what I see when I look at you? Not a broken healer. I see the wolf who pulled 20 drowning wolves from a frozen lake before she even knew she had a gift. I see the daughter who honored her mother by finishing work that got Iskira killed. I see the revolutionary who convinced an entire region that wolves deserve choices. That was when I had power," Oriva protested. "No," Mireia said firmly. "That was always you. The gift just made certain things easier. But the core of who you are, that fierce, stubborn, absolutely infuriating determination to make things better, that came from here." She pressed her hand over Oriva's heart. "Not from magic." Before Oriva could respond, Nikolai appeared at the edge of the training yard. His expression was grim. "We have a problem," he said. "The 7 alphas who orchestrated the attack. The council just released them." "What?" Oriva was on her feet instantly. "How is that possible?" "We have testimony from the captured attackers. Testimony from mercenaries with no credibility," Nikolai said bitterly. Without bond evidence proving the conspiracy, it became a case of the attacker's word against 7 respected alphas. The council decided there wasn't enough proof to proceed. "So they're just free?" Mireia demanded. "Free to try again? Technically under observation, Nikolai said.
But yes. Free.
Oriva felt rage building in her chest. The old, familiar anger that had defined her for so many years. 7 alphas had ordered her death, had killed 9 Thornridge wolves, and they were facing no consequences because she'd lost the ability to prove their guilt through magical means. This is exactly what they wanted, she said slowly. The attack wasn't just about killing me. It was about destroying my credibility, making it so I couldn't expose them even if I survived. It worked, Mireia said grimly. Without your gift. We find another way, Oriva interrupted. Her mind was already racing, falling into the strategic thinking that had served her long before she discovered bondsight. If we can't prove conspiracy through magic, we prove it through investigation. Old-fashioned detective work. The summit starts in 3 days, Nikolai reminded her. You're supposed to be preparing your speech, not launching an investigation. Then I'll do both, Oriva said. She turned to Mireia. Gather everyone we trust. The Alliance members who've proven their loyalty. We're going to trace every connection between those 7 alphas and the attack. Financial records, messenger routes, eyewitness accounts. Everything. That could take months, Mireia said. Then we work fast, Oriva replied. Because if we don't prove this conspiracy, those alphas will try again. And next time they might succeed. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. Oriva divided her time between preparing for the summit and coordinating the investigation. Belindra took point on tracing financial transactions, using her network of contacts in trading posts and merchant guilds. Hadrien accessed old Shadowpine records that Hadrien had kept, looking for precedents of similar conspiracies. Even Varia contributed, using her 300 years of memory to identify patterns of alpha coordination. And slowly, piece by piece, they built a case. Not magical proof. Not the irrefutable evidence of bondsight. But a web of circumstantial evidence that painted a damning picture. 7 alphas who'd met secretly in the months before the attack, who'd moved unusual amounts of wealth through hidden channels, who'd all suddenly acquired new security consultants at the same time. It's not enough for a formal trial, Belindra admitted the night before the summit. But it's enough to raise serious questions. Enough to damage their credibility. Then we make those questions public, Oriva said. At the summit. In front of 200 witnesses. That's risky, Nikolai warned. Accusing powerful alphas without solid proof could backfire. Make you look desperate. Or it could force them to make mistakes, Oriva countered. Desperate wolves do desperate things. If we pressure them publicly, they might reveal themselves. You're baiting them again, Belindra said. Like you did with Sorrel. It worked with Sorrel, Oriva pointed out. Sorrel wanted to be convinced, Nikolai said. These alphas want you dead. There's a difference. Then we'd better be very careful, Oriva said. The Southern Summit was held in neutral territory, a vast clearing in the ancient forest that predated pack borders. 200 wolves gathered as the sun rose, representing every major pack and alternative community in the southern and northern regions. Oriva stood before them, feeling more exposed without her gift than she'd ever felt in combat. She couldn't see their bonds, couldn't read their loyalties through magical sight. Had to rely on ordinary observation, on reading body language and facial expressions like any normal wolf.
It was terrifying.
And also, somehow, liberating. When I first discovered my gift, Oriva began, her voice carrying across the clearing, I thought it made me special. Thought it was the source of whatever value I could offer the world. She paused. I was wrong. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. My gift was a tool, Oriva continued. Powerful, useful, but still just a tool. What actually changed the northern region wasn't my ability to see bonds. It was wolves making the choice to demand better. To refuse to accept that corruption was inevitable. To believe that connection could be built on consent rather than compulsion. She looked around the assembly, meeting eyes of wolves both sympathetic and hostile. 2 months ago, I lost my gift, she said. A bondbreaker's weapon shattered my ability to see magical connections. Some of you have been wondering if that means my work is finished. If the reform movement dies with my power. The clearing was absolutely silent now. I'm here to tell you that it doesn't, Oriva said. Because this movement was never about one wolf's abilities. It was about all of us choosing to build something better. She pulled out the evidence they'd compiled. And it was about refusing to let those who benefit from corruption silence us through violence. Oriva spent the next hour presenting their findings. The financial connections between the 7 alphas. The testimony from multiple sources about secret meetings. The pattern of behavior that suggested coordinated action. It wasn't magical proof, but it was damning nonetheless. These are serious accusations, Alpha Hadrien said when she finished. He was one of the southern region's most respected leaders, old and battle-scarred. You're claiming 7 alphas conspired to murder you, but you admit you have no direct proof. I have the truth, Oriva said. And I have a pattern of evidence that any honest investigation would find compelling. Or you have a collection of coincidences that you're interpreting to support your narrative, said Alpha Lorcan, one of the accused. He stood with the other 6 conspirators, their unified front carefully calculated. You've built your entire reputation on magical abilities you no longer possess. This feels like a desperate attempt to remain relevant. The accusation stung because part of Oriva feared it was true. If I were desperate to remain relevant, Oriva said, I would have fabricated evidence. Would have claimed my gift wasn't entirely gone, that I could still see proof of your conspiracy through bondsight. She met Lorcan's gaze. Instead, I'm admitting my limitations and asking this assembly to investigate through ordinary means. To look at the evidence objectively and draw your own conclusions. And if the investigation finds nothing? Lorcan pressed. Will you accept that you were wrong? If an honest investigation finds I'm wrong, I'll accept it, Oriva said. Will you agree to the same? To submit to full scrutiny of your activities over the past year? Lorcan's hesitation was brief, but noticeable. I have nothing to hide, he said finally. But I won't subject myself to a witch hunt orchestrated by a wolf who's lost her credibility. Then you're afraid, Kalik said, standing. The Silverwood Reach leader's voice carried quiet authority. Afraid that an honest investigation would expose what you'd rather keep hidden. This is absurd, another of the 7 alphas said. A woman named Thressa, who led the Ironwood Pack. We're being tried in the court of public opinion based on circumstantial evidence and the vendetta of a powerless wolf. Powerless, Eloan repeated, also rising. She killed a trained bondbreaker to save 17 wolves. Survived an assassination attempt that would have destroyed most alphas. Built a reform movement that's transformed 2 entire regions. She looked around the assembly. If that's powerless, I'd hate to see what you consider strong. One by one, alliance members stood. 50 wolves, then 100, then more. All standing in solidarity with Oriva's demand for investigation. The 7 accused alphas looked increasingly isolated. Very well, Alpha Hadrien said. Let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of a formal investigation into the attack on Thornridge and potential alpha conspiracy? The response was overwhelming. 173 in favor. Only the 7 accused and their most loyal followers voted against. The investigation is approved, Hadrien announced. To be led by a council of neutral alphas from both regions. He looked at Oriva. Miss Thorn, you'll be available for testimony? Always, Oriva said. The 7 conspirators left the summit immediately, their unity cracking under the weight of public scrutiny. Oriva watched them go and felt something settle in her chest. Not victory. Not yet. But progress. That evening, as wolves from across the regions mingled and discussed the day's events, Oriva found herself alone at the edge of the clearing. Nikolai found her there, as he always did. You did it, he said, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Built a case without your gift. Convinced the assembly to investigate. Proved that you're more than magical abilities. We'll see, Oriva said. The investigation could still fail. The conspirators could still escape justice. Or they could be exposed and punished, Nikolai countered. Either way, you showed 200 wolves that losing your gift didn't break you. Oriva leaned back against him, drawing comfort from his solid presence. Do you ever wonder if we're just delaying the inevitable? If the traditional powers will eventually crush us? All the time, Nikolai admitted. But then I remember that every revolution feels impossible until it succeeds. Your mother must have felt the same way, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she was trying to change, terrified that she'd fail. She did fail, Oriva said quietly. She died before she could see any of this. No, Nikolai said firmly. She planted seeds. Some of them took 19 years to grow. But they grew. He turned Oriva to face him. You are your mother's success, Oriva. Everything you've accomplished, every wolf you've helped, every reform you've pushed through, that's Askira's legacy blooming. Oriva felt tears threatening. I miss her, she whispered. Miss having her here to guide me through this. She is here, Nikolai said. In the journal she left you. In the network she built. In the fierce, unbreakable determination she passed to her daughter. He cupped Oriva's face gently. You're not alone in this. You never were. They stood together as the moon rose, full and bright and beautiful. Tomorrow, the investigation would begin. The slow, grinding work of proving conspiracy through ordinary means rather than magical sight. It would take months, maybe longer. Would test every skill Oriva possessed that wasn't supernatural. But for the first time since losing her gift, Oriva felt ready. Ready to be just Oriva. No special powers. No magical advantages. Just a wolf with her mother's journal, her father's determination, and a growing network of wolves who believed that change was possible. It would have to be enough. And somehow, surrounded by allies and purpose and the bond she shared with Nikolai, it felt like it was. In the clearing, wolves from dozens of packs and communities shared food and stories. Traditional pack members sat beside alternative community wolves. Alphas discussed reform with the unbonded. And slowly, carefully, the future Askira had died trying to create was taking shape. Not through magic, through choice, through courage. Through the simple, radical act of wolves refusing to accept that the world couldn't be better. Oriva lifted her voice in a howl, and others joined her. 200 wolves singing together, their voices carrying across the forest and beyond. It was the sound of revolution. Not ending but evolving. Growing beyond one wolf's gift into something that belonged to everyone. And Oriva Thorn, the blacksmith's daughter who'd never fit anywhere, finally understood where she belonged. Not at the center. Not as the irreplaceable leader. But as one voice in a chorus that was stronger together than any individual could be alone. Her mother had started this. Oriva had amplified it. But the movement, the real work of transformation, that belonged to every wolf who chose connection over control. And that was exactly as it should be. The howling continued long into the night, and Oriva sang with them until her voice was hoarse and her heart was full. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, they celebrated how far they'd come, and trusted that together, they could go further still. Chapter 13. The investigation took 8 months. 8 months of testimony from over 100 witnesses. 8 months of tracing gold through merchant records and messenger routes through mountain passes. 8 months of watching the 7 accused alphas slowly turn on each other as the evidence mounted. Oriva coordinated much of it from Thornridge, learning to lead without the gift that had once made her indispensable. It was harder than she'd expected.
More exhausting.
Every decision required consultation, collaboration, trust in others' perceptions since she couldn't verify bonds through magical sight. But it was also more honest. You're learning to delegate, Belindra observed one afternoon as they reviewed witness statements. Before, you carried everything yourself, because your gift made you the only one who could see certain truths. Now you're building a team that can function without you. Is that a compliment? Oriva asked wryly. It's an observation, Belindra said. And yes, a compliment. Your mother tried to do everything alone. It's what got her killed. You're smarter than that. I had no choice, Oriva said. Without my gift, I can't carry everything alone. Exactly, Belindra smiled. Sometimes our limitations force us into wisdom we'd never choose voluntarily. The breakthrough came in the 6th month. Riven, the young wolf Oriva had healed during the Thornwood crisis, discovered a cache of letters hidden in Stoneclaw territory. His alpha, Theron, had died unexpectedly, and during the transition of power, old secrets had surfaced. The letters detailed everything. Meetings between the 7 conspirators. Plans to eliminate Ariva before she could expand reforms to the southern region. Even the name of the mercenary company they'd hired, the Severed Fang, a group specializing in attacks that looked like rogue violence. "This is it," Nikolai said, reading through the correspondence. "Direct evidence of conspiracy. Signed orders. Payment records. Everything we need for formal charges." "It's almost too perfect," Ariva said, studying the letters carefully. "Too convenient that they'd keep such damning evidence in written form." "Arrogance," Varia suggested. The old woman had become one of Ariva's closest advisors, her centuries of experience invaluable for understanding alpha psychology. They never believed they'd be caught. Never imagined a world where their authority could be challenged. "Or it's a trap," Maria said. She'd grown more paranoid since the attack on Thornridge, seeing threats everywhere. What if these letters were planted? What if the real conspirators are using the 7 as scapegoats? "Then we investigate that too," Ariva said. "But we can't ignore evidence just because it's convenient." They presented the letters to the investigative council. Within days, all 7 alphas were formally charged with conspiracy to commit murder, abuse of authority, and violation of the Conclave Treaty. The trials began in early autumn. The council chamber was packed with observers. Wolves from every region, eager to see whether traditional alpha power could truly be held accountable. The 7 accused sat in a row, their expressions ranging from defiant to terrified. Ariva testified first. She described the attack in detail. The Bondbreaker's weapon. The 17 wolves she'd saved at the cost of her gift. The investigation that had led them to these charges. "And Miss Thorne," the prosecutor asked, "without your gift to see bonds, how can you be certain these 7 alphas were responsible?" "I can't be certain through magical means," Ariva said honestly. "But the evidence speaks for itself. The letters. The financial records. The testimony of the mercenaries we captured." She looked at the 7 accused. Sometimes the truth doesn't require magic. Just attention to detail and willingness to ask uncomfortable questions. Over the next week, witness after witness confirmed elements of the conspiracy. A messenger who'd carried letters between the alphas. A merchant who'd processed payments to the Severed Fang. Even one of the mercenaries offered immunity in exchange for testimony who described in detail how the attack had been planned. By the end of the second week, 3 of the 7 had broken. Alpha Lorcan confessed first, trying to save himself by implicating the others. Then Alpha Thressa, claiming she'd been coerced into participation. Finally, a male named Xavian, who simply couldn't bear the weight of guilt any longer. Their confessions unraveled everything. Yes, they'd conspired to kill Ariva. Yes, they'd hired the Severed Fang. Yes, they'd known about the Bondbreaker's weapon and its purpose. They believed that eliminating the reform movement's most visible leader would halt the changes threatening their power. They'd been wrong. The council deliberated for 3 days before announcing their verdict. Guilty on all counts. The 7 alphas were stripped of their titles, exiled from their territories, and forbidden from holding positions of authority within any pack. Their lands would be redistributed, their packs reorganized under new leadership chosen by the wolves themselves rather than appointed by council mandate. It was the most significant blow to traditional alpha power in living memory. "This changes everything," Eloan said after the verdict was announced. She stood with Ariva on Silver Crest's walls, watching the crowds disperse. 7 alphas held accountable. Wolves choosing their own leaders. The entire power structure shifting. "My mother would have loved to see this," Ariva said quietly. "She does see it," Eloan replied. "Through you. Through all of us carrying her work forward." Ariva touched the scar on her shoulder, where the Bondbreaker's blade had struck. "Sometimes I wonder if losing my gift was the price I had to pay for this victory. Like the universe demanded balance. Or maybe it was just bad luck and a skilled assassin," Eloan said pragmatically. "Not everything is cosmic balance, Ariva. Sometimes terrible things happen for no reason except that the world is cruel." "You sound like Mireia," Ariva observed. "Mireia is a very wise wolf," Eloan said.
Though don't tell her I said that.
Her ego is already insufferable. Despite everything, Oriva laughed. The celebration that night was subdued. Victory felt hollow when 9 Thornridge wolves had died to achieve it. When Oriva's gift was still gone. When the work of rebuilding was only just beginning. But it was still victory. Nikolai found Oriva on the training grounds where she'd been avoiding the festivities. He carried 2 cups of wine and a knowing expression. "Hiding from your own triumph?" he asked, offering her a cup. "It doesn't feel like triumph," Oriva admitted. "It feels like..." She searched for the right word. Responsibility. Now that we've proven alphas can be held accountable, every wolf in both regions will expect that accountability to continue. "Good," Nikolai said. "That's exactly what should happen. But I'm not sure I can lead that," Oriva said quietly. "Without my gift, without the thing that made me special." "You're still thinking about this wrong," Nikolai interrupted gently. "Your gift never made you special, Oriva. It was always your character. Your refusal to accept injustice. Your willingness to stand up even when it was dangerous." He set down his wine and took both her hands. "The gift amplified your voice. But the words, those came from you." Oriva wanted to believe him. Wanted to accept that she could still lead without supernatural abilities. But doubt whispered constantly, pointing out every time she failed to read a room correctly, every moment when magical sight would have shown her things ordinary perception couldn't. "There's something else bothering you," Nikolai observed. "What is it?" "Varia's been teaching me," Oriva said. "Old techniques for sensing bonds without magical sight. Reading body language, listening to voice patterns, interpreting the small tells that indicate connection or isolation." "That sounds useful," Nikolai said. "It is," Oriva agreed. "But it's also making me realize." She paused. "My gift was a crutch. It let me see truth without having to work for it. Now I'm learning to understand bonds the way my mother did. Through observation and empathy and hard-won wisdom. And it's so much more difficult. But also more meaningful?" Nikolai suggested. Oriva considered this. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm just trying to make losing my gift feel like growth instead of loss. Can it be both?" Nikolai asked. "Loss and growth aren't mutually exclusive." Before Oriva could respond, a commotion erupted near the main gate. Shouting. The sound of weapons being drawn. Wolves running toward the disturbance. Nikolai and Oriva were moving before conscious thought, falling into the easy partnership they'd developed over months of working together. They found Maria at the gate, holding a young wolf at knife point. The newcomer couldn't have been more than 17, thin and exhausted and terrified. "Found her trying to sneak into the compound," Maria explained. "Says she has urgent information for Oriva." "Let her speak," Oriva said. Maria released the girl, but kept her weapons ready. The young wolf collapsed to her knees, breathing hard. "My name is Nixera," she gasped. "I'm from the eastern borderlands. You need to know?" She looked up, and Oriva saw genuine terror in her eyes. "The bond sickness. It's back. Worse than before. Entire packs are going rogue simultaneously." "That's impossible," Nikolai said. "We stopped the source. Varia isn't severing bonds anymore. The bond breakers have been arrested or killed." "It's not the same kind of sickness," Nixera said. "This is something new. Something that's targeting the reforms themselves. Every pack that's implemented new structures, every community that's chosen alternative bonds, they're all being affected." Oriva's blood ran cold. "How many packs?" 14 confirmed, Nixera said. "Maybe more by now. They're calling it the reform rot. Like the changes themselves are poison that's finally showing its true nature." "Who's calling it that?" Oriva demanded. "Everyone," Nixera said. "The traditionalists are using it as proof that the old ways were right. That wolves need strict alpha authority to remain stable. They're saying..." She swallowed hard. "They're saying you did this. That your reforms destabilized pack magic itself." The implications crashed over Oriva like a wave. If reformed packs were genuinely failing, if the alternative structures she'd spent 2 years promoting were causing wolves to go rogue, everything she'd fought for would be proven wrong. The traditionalists would regain power. The movement would collapse. And it would all be her fault. We need to investigate this immediately, Nikolai said. Find out if it's really the reforms causing problems, or if this is another sabotage attempt. It doesn't matter which it is, Oriva said quietly. Every wolf in both regions will believe the reforms are dangerous. Will believe I've been wrong about everything. Then we prove them wrong, Maria said fiercely. Again, like we've done every other time. But Oriva was already seeing the strategy unfold. Someone had waited until after the trials. Until the 7 conspirators were convicted and exiled. Until the reform movement seemed to have won. And then they'd struck at its weakest point, the fear that maybe, just maybe, the traditionalists had been right all along. It was brilliant, vicious, and potentially devastating. This isn't random, Varia said, emerging from the shadows. The old woman's face was grim. This is coordinated. Someone with deep knowledge of bond magic is attacking reform structures specifically. Another bond breaker? Nikolai asked. Worse, Varia said. A bond architect. Someone who can design systemic failures rather than just individual severances. She looked at Oriva. There are maybe 5 wolves in all the regions with that level of skill. And most of them are dead. Then we find the living ones, Oriva said. Her voice was steady despite the fear churning in her gut. And we stop them before they undo everything. You can't sense bonds anymore, Maria pointed out. How do you investigate bond magic without your gift? The same way I built a case against the 7 conspirators, Oriva said. Through investigation, testimony, and trusting the wolves around me. She looked at Nixera. Can you take us to one of the affected packs? Nixera nodded. Mistwood. It's 3 days east. They were one of the first to implement reforms. And one of the first to fall. Then we leave at dawn, Nikolai said. He looked at Oriva. Whatever this is, we'll face it together. Oriva nodded, but her mind was already racing. The reform rot. The perfect name for destroying everything she'd built. It suggested that reform itself was the disease, that only traditional structures could keep wolves healthy. If she couldn't prove otherwise, if she couldn't stop this new threat, the movement would die. And with it, her mother's dream. That night, Oriva sat with Askira's journal, reading her mother's entries by lamplight. One passage caught her attention, written a month before Askira's death. The hardest part of reform isn't the opposition. It's the doubt. The constant questioning of whether I'm helping or hurting. Whether my vision of a better world is actually better or just different. Whether I have the right to push for change, when change always comes with cost. But then I remember the wolves I've saved. The bonds I've healed. The packs that are genuinely healthier after reform. And I know that doubt is part of the work. That certainty is what creates tyrants. I may be wrong about some things. Probably am. But I'd rather be wrong while trying to help than right while doing nothing. Oriva traced her fingers over the words, feeling the weight of her mother's wisdom. Tomorrow, she would investigate the reform rot. Would try to understand whether it was sabotage or consequence. Would face the possibility that maybe, in her determination to reform pack structure, she'd broken something that couldn't be fixed. But tonight, she let herself be her mother's daughter. Uncertain.
Flawed.
Afraid. But absolutely unwilling to give up. The lamp burned low as Oriva made notes, forming plans, preparing for the journey east. Outside, Thornridge slept under a waning moon. And somewhere in the darkness, an enemy was destroying everything Oriva had built. But they'd underestimated one crucial thing. Oriva Thorn didn't need magical gifts to be dangerous. She just needed a cause worth fighting for. And stopping whoever was killing reformed packs? That was worth everything. Chapter 14. Mistwood Pack's territory smelled like death. Not the clean scent of prey brought down in a hunt, but the rot of something fundamentally wrong. Oriva caught it before they even crossed the border. A sour, acrid stench that made her wolf recoil with instinct older than language. This is bad, Maria said quietly. She'd shifted to human form to speak, her hand resting on the knife at her belt. Whatever happened here, it happened fast. Nixera led them through silent forest paths, her young face drawn with exhaustion and fear. The patrol schedules are gone, she explained. No one guards the borders anymore. Most of the pack has scattered. The ones who stayed. She didn't finish the sentence. They found the first body an hour past the border. A male, perhaps 40 years old, lying in a stream with his throat torn out. But it wasn't the violence that made Oriva's stomach turn. It was the expression on his face, twisted with confusion and betrayal, as if he'd been killed by someone he trusted. Rogue attack? Nikolai asked, examining the body. No, Varia said. She knelt beside the corpse, her ancient eyes reading details Oriva couldn't see without her gift. This wolf was killed by a pack mate. You can tell by the bite pattern. By the way he didn't defend himself. Why wouldn't he defend himself? Mireia demanded. Because he couldn't believe it was happening, Varia said quietly. Bond magic creates trust. When those bonds are corrupted, wolves become vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with physical strength. They found 12 more bodies before reaching Mistwood's central compound. All pack members. All killed by their own wolves. The pattern was unmistakable and horrifying. Reformed packs were turning on themselves, the very connections meant to unite them becoming weapons of destruction. The compound itself was a nightmare. Buildings burned. Bodies scattered across the central square. And in the middle of it all, a group of 15 wolves circled each other warily, their eyes showing the telltale glaze of isolation madness. They were still pack members technically, still wore the connections that should have kept them sane. But those connections had been poisoned. Oriva could see it even without her gift. The way they moved, jerky and uncertain. The way they flinched from each other despite their bonds. Something had taken the thing meant to provide safety and twisted it into a source of constant threat. Can we help them? Nikolai asked. Not without understanding what's been done to them, Varia said. She studied the circling wolves with clinical detachment. This isn't simple severing. It's inversion. Someone has taken pack bonds and made them transmit fear instead of comfort. Made connection itself feel like danger. That's obscene, Mireia breathed. That's genius, Varia corrected grimly. Horrific genius. Whoever designed this understands bond magic at a level I've never encountered. One of the circling wolves noticed them. A female, young, with copper-colored fur matted with blood. Her eyes focused on Oriva with desperate hope. Help us, the female gasped, shifting to human form. Please. We can feel each other, but it hurts. Everything hurts. We're still pack, but the bonds are screaming. Oriva approached slowly, hands raised in a gesture of peace. My name is Oriva. I'm here to help. You're the bond seer, the female said. Hope and despair warred in her voice. They said you could fix this. But they also said, she swallowed hard. They said you caused it, that the reforms broke our bonds. I didn't cause this, Oriva said firmly. But I'm going to find out who did. She knelt beside the female, wishing desperately for her gift. With bond sight, she could have diagnosed the problem immediately, seen exactly how the magic had been corrupted. Without it, she was reduced to observation and guesswork. Tell me what happened, Oriva said gently. When did the bonds start feeling wrong? 3 weeks ago, the female said. Her name was Yvain, the same as the young Alpha Oriva had met at the Silent Alliance gathering. We'd just finished implementing the new structure. Distributed leadership, like river mist. Everyone was happy. Excited. Then one morning, we woke up and the bonds felt twisted. Like they'd been replaced with something that looked the same, but wasn't. Did anything unusual happen before that? Any visitors? Any new wolves joining the pack? A bond worker came, Yvain said. From the council. Said she was here to verify our reforms were being implemented correctly. She examined our bonds. Said everything looked good. Left the next day. What was her name? Oriva demanded, her pulse quickening. Aurelia, Yvain said. From Rivermist. She had credentials from the council and everything. Oriva and Nikolai exchanged sharp glances. Aurelia was the bond worker who'd sabotaged Lenara's severance years ago. Who'd weaponized exit rituals under Alpha Cassius's orders. She'd been investigated by Oriva's commission but cleared due to lack of evidence. Apparently, she'd learned from her mistakes and escalated her methods. Aurelia didn't just verify her bonds, Oriva said grimly. She infected them, planted something that would activate later and corrupt the entire structure.
Can you fix it?
Yvain asked desperately. Can you heal us? Oriva wanted to say yes. Wanted to promise that she could undo whatever Aurelia had done. But without her gift, without the ability to see and manipulate bonds directly. I don't know, Oriva admitted. The honesty hurt, but I'm going to try. She spent the next 6 hours working with Mistwood's surviving wolves. Without bond sight, she relied on Varia's knowledge of magical theory, on Yvain's descriptions of what the corrupted bonds felt like, on trial and error that left her exhausted and frustrated. She couldn't see the bonds to repair them directly, but she could work with the wolves themselves, teaching them techniques to resist the corruption's influence. The bonds are still yours, she explained to the group. Even corrupted, they're your connections. You can choose how to interpret what they're transmitting. When you feel fear through your pack bond, recognize it as artificial.
Push back against it. How?
A male asked. His name was Kellen, and he'd been Mistwood's former beta. The fear feels real. Overwhelming. Because bond magic is powerful, Oriva said. But it's not absolute. Your conscious mind can override magical influence if you're strong enough. She looked around the group. Right now, your bonds are telling you that your pack mates are threats. That connection is dangerous. You need to consciously choose to believe otherwise. That's asking us to ignore our instincts, Yvain said. I'm asking you to remember that your instincts are being manipulated, Oriva corrected. Trust your history with these wolves. Trust what you know about them from years of living together. Use that knowledge to filter what the bonds are transmitting. It was crude, imperfect, nothing like the surgical healing she could have done with her gift. But slowly, painfully, it began to work. The wolves learned to recognize the artificial fear, learned to consciously choose connection despite the discomfort. And gradually, the circling stopped. The aggression faded. Mistwood survivors began moving toward each other instead of away. It's not fixed, Varia observed, watching the process. The corruption is still there, but they're learning to live with it, to function despite it. That's going to have to be enough, Oriva said, until we find Aurelia and make her reverse what she's done. If she can reverse it, Varia said quietly. Bond corruption this sophisticated might be irreversible. She looked at Oriva. You need to prepare for the possibility that these packs can't be healed, that the damage is permanent. Then we make sure no more packs get infected, Oriva said. We find Aurelia before she destroys anyone else. They left Mistwood 2 days later, after teaching as many wolves as they could the techniques for resisting corrupted bonds. It wasn't a solution, but it was survival. Nixra guided them to 3 more affected packs. The pattern was always the same. Aurelia visiting under council authority, examining bonds, leaving subtle corruption that activated days or weeks later. She's been doing this for months, Nikolai said as they reviewed their findings. Systematically targeting reformed packs, making it look like the reforms themselves are causing the problems.
Why?
Mireia asked. What does she gain from destroying packs that have implemented changes? Revenge, Varia suggested. Her old alpha, Cassius, was exiled because of reform investigations. Maybe she blames the movement for his fall. Or she's being paid, Nikolai said. The 7 conspirators are exiled, but there are dozens of other traditional alphas who'd love to see reforms fail. Any of them could have hired Aurelia. Either way, we need to find her, Oriva said, before she infects more packs. Finding Aurelia proved difficult. The bond worker had disappeared after her last known visit to an affected pack. No one had seen her. She'd left no trace of where she'd gone or who she was working for. It was Riven who finally broke the case open. The young wolf had been investigating on his own, using his intimate knowledge of Stoneclaw territory, where Aurelia had briefly lived. He discovered a pattern in her movements. She was systematically visiting packs in a spiral pattern, working her way toward the heart of the southern region. She's heading for Thornhaven, Riven reported. The capital, where the council meets. Why would she target the capital? Mireia asked. Because that's where the most reformed packs are concentrated, Oriva realized. The city has become a model for the new structures. If she corrupts the bonds there, if she makes the capital itself seem dangerous. The entire movement collapses, Nikolai finished. Public opinion turns completely against reform. When does she arrive? Oriva demanded. According to her pattern, Riven said, checking his calculations. 2 days. Maybe 3. Then we have to beat her there, Oriva said. Warn the city. Protect the packs. They rode through the night, pushing their wolves to the edge of exhaustion. Thornhaven loomed in the distance, its white walls gleaming in the dawn light. The capital that represented everything the reform movement had achieved. And Aurelia was coming to destroy it. They reached the city gates as the sun crested the horizon. The guards recognized Oriva immediately. Miss Thorn, one said with respect. We weren't expecting you. There's a bond worker coming to the city, Oriva said without preamble. Her name is Aurelia. She's been corrupting pack bonds across the region. You need to find her before she reaches any of the reformed packs. The guard's expression shifted to concern. I'll alert the council immediately. But Miss Thorn, there are 12 bond workers currently in Thornhaven for a training session. If you don't know what she looks like... I know what she looks like, a voice said from behind them. Oriva turned to find Aloan approaching, accompanied by a group of river mist wolves. Aurelia was my bond worker, Aloan said. I can identify her. And more than that, she held up a leather-bound journal. I have her notes. Everything she learned about bond corruption while serving under Cassius. It might help us understand what she's doing. How did you get those? Oriva asked. Found them when I was cleaning out Cassius's old quarters, Aloan said. Didn't realize what they were until your message arrived yesterday. She opened the journal, revealing page after page of detailed notes about weaponizing bond magic. This is her entire methodology, Oriva. How she corrupts bonds. How she makes the corruption invisible to normal examination. Everything. Can we use it to create a countermeasure? Nikolai asked. Maybe, Aloan said. If we can find someone with enough skill to understand her techniques and reverse engineer a cure. All eyes turned to Varia. The ancient woman studied the journal with an expression that was equal parts horror and fascination. She paused. This is work that would have taken me decades to develop. Aurelia has systematized bond corruption in ways I never imagined. Can you counter it? Oriva pressed. Given time, yes, Varia said. But time is exactly what we don't have. If Aurelia is already in the city, then we find her first, Oriva said. She looked at the assembled wolves. Aloan, work with the guards to identify Aurelia. Varia, take the journal and start developing a countermeasure. Nikolai, coordinate with the council to protect the reformed packs. Mireia, you're with me. Where are you going? Nikolai asked. To do what I should have done months ago, Oriva said. She touched the scar on her shoulder, the permanent reminder of what she'd lost. Stop trying to work around my limitations and accept them. I can't see bonds anymore. But Aurelia doesn't know that. You want to bait her, Nikolai realized. I want to give her a target she can't resist, Oriva corrected. The bond seer who exposed her original crimes. The wolf responsible for investigating bond workers across both regions. If I make myself visible, she'll come for me. That's suicide, Mireia protested. She'll be armed with bond-corrupting magic. You'll be defenseless against it. Not if we're ready for her, Oriva said. Not if we turn her trap into ours. It was risky, possibly insane. But it was also the best chance they had to stop Aurelia before she infected more packs. Nikolai studied Oriva for a long moment. Then he nodded. If we're doing this, we do it right. Full security. Multiple backup plans. And I'm staying close enough to intervene if things go wrong. Agreed, Oriva said. They spent the rest of the day preparing. Oriva made herself conspicuously visible throughout Thornhaven, visiting reformed packs, speaking about her work, making it clear that the bond seer was in the capital and unprotected. Meanwhile, Nikolai's people set up surveillance around the city, watching for any bond worker matching Aurelia's description. The trap was set. Now, they just had to wait for Aurelia to spring it. As the sun set over Thornhaven, painting the white walls gold and crimson, Oriva stood on the battlements and thought about her mother. Iskira had died walking into a trap. had known it was a trap and gone anyway because the work was more important than safety. Now, Oriva was doing the same thing. But this time, she wasn't alone. This time, she had an army at her back. And this time, the trap was hers. Come on, Aurelia, Oriva thought, staring out at the city. Come and finish what you started. I'll be waiting. The end. If you've made it this far, you've just experienced a journey of transformation, loyalty, and the power of choosing connection over control. Oriva's story reminds us that we don't need to be perfect or powerful to make a difference. We just need to be brave enough to stand up for what's right. Sometimes, the greatest strength comes not from what we can do, but from who we choose to become when everything is taken from us. If this story moved you, inspired you, or made you think differently about leadership, loyalty, or the bonds we share with others, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below.
Hit that like button.
And subscribe for more stories that challenge, entertain, and remind us what it means to fight for something bigger than ourselves. Thank you for listening to this journey. Until the next tale, stay fierce, stay connected, and never stop believing that broken things can be rebuilt into something beautiful.